Yeah, yeah. Driscoll. This beat should be illegal, Jay. Yeah. Dreams deferred is what schemes occur. Some nights I prayed so long I felt my knees a burn. So thankful that my God has met my knees in turn. But times I wonder if I ever get the things I yearn. Chosen wonder, never thought I had much need to learn. Hope someone would give to me the things I need to earn. Uncommitted to the things that ever seem too stern. Live to quit, rarely winning, steady victim to the sentence. Still in prison to the menace of the cycle, unrepentant the weight. Can't hold our head up, golden shackles, hold our penance of slaves. Are now the kings, why pass the chains to our descendants? While we still abuse the fame to bring us shame through our remittance. Just to glorify the things that bring us pain for all the bliss. And blame the world for our destruction while we're void of all remiss. Ain't no fathers in our homes, self-deployed disarmament. Marching, fighting for these boys, imagine if they fathers did. Sacrifice to raise a kid, imagine if these daughters did. Break the cycle, not do the things they single mamas did. Marry first before we carry, we'd avoid the drama then. Communities would be stronger, we would have less trauma then. We'd be raising stronger men and see less working mamas then. Making others rich when they should be home working on their kids. Life uncovered, so work's all the security they get. Another child in daycare who don't know how to play fair. I remember wondering why I even had to stay there. Man, I miss my mom when I ain't been alive for 3 years. And the chest is where I used to lay my head to cry these tears, breastfed. But now bedtime's the only time she's ever near. As I grow up, life's a mess, little more drama every year. Learned to bottle up the pain, used the condom for my tears. Still I'm working through the shame, feel the karma on my heels. Trying to break into this game with every ounce of hope I still addicted to the chains. Every ounce of rope I feel. Feed my vices when I'm broke till I feel like my soul is healed. Treated like a great escape, I can't die before the thrill. Acting like we tough just so you won't take time to know the shield. Please don't call they bluff this youngest, waste no time to hold it still. To cap your old jaw bling, I guess it's time to mold your grill. Since your Hotep king get mummified and put the rest when this abortion thing gets nullified, we gon' be blessed. Glad the court's been cleaned of all the violence on the left. Let the trumpet sing and hopeless are reports the wealth, so the unclaimed kings can hold the power for my hell. Let's confront these things, say no to crime, reform the jails.
The biggest issue facing Black America is father absence. We have children that are growing up without their fathers in the home, and that is being incentivized by the government right now via the welfare system. When the government says we'll give you more money if you don't marry the father of your children, you are incentivizing bad behavior in our community. What happens when you remove a father from the home? This is why I do not mess with feminism at all. I'm not with it.
The feelings I let dwindle in a dark place.
Come on in, come on in. Appreciate you for joining me, family. We getting started here shortly. Let me know who you are in the comments.
Communities hurt, they turn their back on our faith. They kill our unborn children through the pathway. But sell them on the black market, that's a dark web. Tune in and address the strategy for all fails.
This breakdown and mocking masculinity, making it seem like there's something wrong to be a man, all of this contributes to the breakdown of family.
All right.
Yeah. Driscoll.
All right. I appreciate everybody for joining. As you see the topic here today, just wanted to get live and talk about a couple of things. Got my brother King Smitty joining me today. He is at just _look_homie on Instagram. We did a show back in the day called End Time Soldiers. If you have seen it before, then you already know what we coming with. Should be familiar content to you. If you have not seen it before, welcome. See how we get down with this. So the topic today is the morality of the child support system. So let me go ahead and bring my brother up. This is a hot topic me and him supposed to been getting into for a while. I never really cared to take out the time to really dive into it, but I got somebody else out here who kind of brought it to my attention again here recently. So I said, let me hear y'all out, see where you coming from, and discuss this thing, and maybe we can open the lines later on for whoever want to call in and add your 2 cents or whatnot. So without further ado, here goes my bro. Let me let you take a minute to introduce yourself to the people, let them know where to find you, and what it is that you do.
King Smitty, libertarian extraordinaire, brother in Christ, first and foremost, getting ready to jump into this podcast game. Keep your eyes peeled for the show about nothing. Coming soon, about to start shooting clips for that. And as you already said, you can find me on Instagram at Jess_look_homie. Appreciate you for having me on, bro.
Yes, sir, man. So without further ado, bro, the morality of child support system. This is a big issue to you. It's come up many times, man. Let me give you the floor and just hear your heart on it. If anybody who feels like you want to join the conversation, I'm gonna go ahead and post the link in the comments early and get y'all on up here.
Well, as that beautiful song that you just had playing, what Candace Owen was speaking about, I found that to be a large cause of child support, which is the welfare system, which encourages or incentivizes women to leave the home. I believe women, if I'm correct, when it comes down to divorce, especially in the Black community, they're leaving the home at 70 and 80%. And then family court is forcing men to pay child support for situations that aren't destitute, like a woman being in extreme danger or something of that nature. So there are little holes that I would most definitely allow, but I feel like it's more so a weapon. Like, if you don't do this, then I'm gonna put you on child support.
And if I can interrupt real quick, because I tend to forget my thoughts. When you say, if you don't do this, I'll put you on child support. What is an example of this?
If you don't match up to, well, a lot of the times it's emotional based. Big Kevin Samuels fan. A lot of the times they say, like, they could say sex wasn't feeling them sexually. They thought that they could just do better. They find more people attracted to them than are willing to take care of them and provide and be a father or be a husband.
My bad. If you say, if you don't do this, I'm gonna put you on child support, what would this be if you could sum it up in what you were saying?
It could be a multitude of things. If you don't pay this bill on time, if you late on this bill again, I can't do this anymore. I'll put you on child support. I think you talking to this girl.
So that's,
if you don't cut off communication with this female, then I'll put you on child support.
Late on a bill implies that they might live together, right?
Yeah.
So why would you put them on child support?
What do you mean?
If you living together and he's paying the bills, you saying how are you on child support if y'all living together?
You can put, well, there are people who live together. My homeboy Key, or Courtney Key, he actually lives with his girl and he's on child support. But it's some weird backwards.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a nuance to that. But that we understand that's not even close to the norm.
Yeah.
I don't want to have too many bunny trails where we like creating arguments against the 1% of something that rarely happens.
All right. So on a larger basis, what's happening is children are being had outside of marriage. And even though you may live together or whatever, the fact that you can get money from the government incentivizes you to leave and or go create, because you can go get Section 8 housing relatively easy.
When you say relatively easy,
you can go get put on a list relatively easy.
Okay, that's a better statement, because I'm like, in most states,
you're going to
10 years long. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to immediately go get a home. But when you're not together or whatever, or if you're living separate, and I think that happens more or less with that than the living together, is all right, we had this baby, and I guess sometimes a dude will fall back a little bit, give a woman some space or whatever, and she's not getting the attention, or the dude doesn't feel, which is naturally going to happen because there's a baby there now, and feelings start to crumble.
Right. Okay.
And then demands. I I can't think of like a crazy prevalent excuse this given, because I can't think of a 80% question or a 80% threat. This not anecdotal.
They're not threaten your argument then. If we can't make a strong argument against the majority, how do we make a strong argument against the concept?
Well, and what I'm saying though is you shouldn't put a man on child support just because you two are not in a working relationship. You could still co-parent without, you could co-parent without welfare or without child support being involved in it.
Now, what is your heart behind this? You're saying this because you think that this incentivizes single motherhood, or you saying because you
definitely
it's an attack on men? Because if the goal is to keep families together, I don't understand the argument saying.
I don't think that's the goal of family court. I don't think.
No. I'm saying the goal of your argument is to. You're saying the goal of your argument is to keep families together.
Oh no, that's not what I said.
Okay. So what is the goal in your argument? What are you hoping to see better happen?
Well, this will sound harsh, but I feel like child support is kind of like a tool that is used to not hold women accountable.
Okay. So as far as what we're trying to accomplish, though, other than holding them accountable, what's the bigger picture? Because there's a lot of things that don't hold women accountable, but we're not trying to change laws for them.
Come back to me. I'll form an argument on it. Come back to me.
Let's go to Lakia, because Lakia, you got some interesting comments in the back chat.
Hey y'all.
You said, hey, first of all, what's up? Let me let you introduce yourself real quick if you want to.
Hi everybody, I'm Lakia. I feel like I have personal experience with this situation, as do a lot of people, but more than anything, I was one way at one point and have changed to a different type of person, so I can offer like different perspectives. And just from the child support standpoint, I've literally had them try to encourage me to put my husband on child support in the same house and everything. So people do it because of the simple fact that even if that money stays in the house, they get food stamps, Medicare, or not Medicare, Medicaid, health insurance. They get all the benefits together. So they see it as a win versus it being used for whatever purpose it's supposed to be used for.
For clarity, hold on. I just want to make sure we have the proper argument here.
Okay.
I understand when you go to apply for government assistance, they require you to open a child support case against the father.
Not all the time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say majority of the time because I haven't heard of the times where they don't. So okay. we can discuss that afterwards.
Okay.
Because I want to give you the floor to respond fairly. But let's say some of the time. With my also understanding of that is that although they have you open that case, it still has to go to court possibly. Sometimes it may not go through the way that it was supposed to. A lot of things can happen, especially if they're out of state. You got to find them. That's something I've seen from experience in the past through Jasmine with her situation and with the child's father. So even though they have you put him on it, technically by opening that case, was he paying money?
Well, I didn't go through with it. I said that's what they were trying to get me to do. So I have
you
no
didn't go through
idea.
with it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I never did that. I'm just saying that was more or less like they try to put me in a situation to go against and say, this is what you need to do in order for X, Y, and Z. But that all comes down to failure on a certain part to do what you need to do, because then we would have never been in this predicament, which is something totally different.
Okay. That's why I was clarifying, because I know the next question would have been, had you gone through with that, did he actually end up paying it? Because I know opening a case doesn't mean they're going to end up paying it from experience. So even though they'll try to have you do that, the result is still determined by how the court proceeding turns out.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know how that would have happened. But that's still shady. The fact that you can even open a child support case on a husband in the same house is outrageous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Regardless of how that turns out, that's something very disturbing.
I mean, I'm gonna be transparent, because otherwise there's no point in me being on here. The reason for that was my children, like, I get healthcare through the VA. I'm not gonna pay for commercial insurance or anything when I go to the VA for my healthcare. So my kids were getting state insurance. Their dad didn't put them on his insurance. So the state called me and they said, he needs to put them on his health insurance, or we are going to take him for child support. It was never like they said you would have to appear, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I have nothing to do with that. You have to contact them. They don't want to pay when there's a willing, you see what I mean? So that's the reason.
That's kind of reasonable when you think about it, though.
That's why I said it was failure on a certain part that caused that to happen. I agree. Right. Why should they be providing your kids with this benefit when you're capable? That's the point.
When you have employee health insurance available that you're refusing to get on your children, so now the government is picking up the tab. Yeah, I can understand why they're like, hell nah.
Right.
Okay. How would you feel about that aspect, Smitty? Because that's a form of accountability then for that man who's saying, I'm just not gonna do what I'm supposed to do, while the other half of my household is pulling from somewhere else to get it done.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
By all means, take care of yourself. That's mainly what I'm trying to get across. Is like, take care of yourself. Do what's best. Do what's best, not what's expedient.
Okay. So in that regard, you're okay with child support existing?
Well, I would ask you a question in this, because I want you to get your point across, so that way I can further get my points across. Because what would the purpose be for putting the dude on child support?
Okay. In this day and age, I think the purpose that would be presented, at least, would be to ensure that children resulting from broken homes would be adequately cared for, or to make sure the fair responsibility is falling on both parents.
Now, in that aspect of it, I don't see family court doing that fairly.
What do you see?
I see a lot of men who want to spend time with their kids, who would otherwise want to be around their children, who get mistreated by the courts.
That's, bro, you're just speaking victim language. You're literally not, you didn't say anything just then, because wanting to see your kids and paying child support have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, well, child support also is one of those things to where bitter women use it as a weapon against fathers.
To do what?
People yo-yo kids around fathers a lot, bro. A lot.
But You didn't answer.
Even when it comes down to divorce, like just to use a statistic or whatever, like in a family, if you were to get divorced, the man is like 40% less likely to see his child or something along that nature. I can look it up and pull it up.
Bro, these are just talking points. I'm asking you your thoughts. I'm saying simple as this. If you're saying this is a weapon against men and that it's not being used to evenly divide the responsibility of parenting financially, what is it doing? That's all I want to understand right now. What are you saying is actually happening?
Well, then, all right. In this, hopefully you can understand this. Every man doesn't pay an equal amount of child support. So some people get 50% of their fucking income taken out for child support.
I don't believe that. And if so, that's a very small percentage again.
Okay. What would you say the percentages were then? Like
I would say 30.
On average.
I would say an average would be 30.
And then the court doesn't take upon the time that's not court mandated and things of that nature. So say you and your baby moms come up with a different schedule than what's mandated by the court. So say you have your kid all week, you still have to pay child support.
Not
interject, please.
That's not true. That's not true. So I'm not saying so. A lot of times when the non-custodial parent, I'm not even going to just say the father, I'm gonna say the non-custodial parent doesn't have the child, and they usually go like a every other weekend or on the weekend type schedule. Yes, you still pay child support, but when you have the agreement that I'm going to take my kid for 50% or a week on, a week off, or anything like that, a lot of times they take the scheduling into consideration. More times than any, it's not like that. It's not never, but it's very slim where the dad has the equal, or the non-custodial parent has the equal schedule to the other where the child is living. So that part is untrue. I don't really know what your perspective is with, I wanted to ask with child support. Like you're saying it should just be eliminated altogether because it's not beneficial.
Before he answers that, because I think that's the easy question for him to remember. I'm gonna let him think on it for a second.
Okay.
My issue with Brother Smitty every time we go here to this topic, and I see it again, is that he consistently speaks from the perspective of what things that have actually happened to men, but he doesn't add the caveat that these men were irresponsible, that these men did not go about the proper channels. Like you just said, Lakia, they would consider these things, but you have to go to the court and file for the consideration. If you used to see the kids this amount of time, now you're sharing them equally and doing 50% of the things, take this to court and say, hey, the situation has changed. Can you look at this again so I can get a better? They're not doing that. They're just complaining.
Well, and I think a lot of men are intimidated by court. Like, first of all,
we in the vein.
David has a child. So I have a stepchild, or I'm supposed to anyway, but she was one when I met him. He, for years, was more compliant with even things that were irrational to avoid court because he did not want to go to court. And I can understand that. You shouldn't have courts interject and tell, like, you guys should be able to come to an understanding, right? But even when it was unfair and it was things that's like dangling and trying to, you know, use the child for malicious reasons and things of that nature, almost to a point of control, it still was that hesitation, like the courts that's automatically going to side with this person. No matter what proof, no matter what documentation, even if it was a home run, it's just avoided. So I can agree that if you don't speak up and advocate for yourself, then they're just going to kind of go with whatever. And more likely than not, it's going to be that bitter baby mama. It's going to be the woman who's doing all the talking and presenting of the evidence. And I use quotations because sometimes it's BS, but they're the main ones that are communicating. So they kind of get what they go for, in my opinion.
I 100% agree with you. And that's the consistent issue I'm seeing every time I had this conversation with anyone. The things that men are complaining about are always a result of their irresponsibility to go through the proper channels. I hear, well, how I get put on child support when the baby ain't mine. I'm like, well, did you go take the DNA test to prove it? No, I shouldn't have to. That's why you're on child support. And the same thing with everybody I had these conversations with. The complaints are not a reality of how the court system mistreats men. It's the reality of how men just are bucking and not going through the process because they're afraid. That's two different arguments.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily agree with that argument in totality. Like if 56% or between 54 and 56% of men are single and childless, it's like who are the irresponsible fathers who aren't taking care of their children? That would put us. That would put us like at a 16% basis of the same irresponsible niggas.
That's not what I said.
Doing the same thing.
That's not what I said. I said they are irresponsible in regards to going through the process to get a fair situation in court. If they're paying child support, they're taking care of their kids. So that wasn't my argument. My argument is that the things they're complaining about that are working against them are their fault.
So, but in your eyes, just saying, and I the next time somebody else has the time to speak, I actually want to look up the statistic as to how many men are not showing up to court dates. That's a great, as opposed to family court not being the fairest thing in the world, because I'm not on family court side, but I'm also like, I mean, I come from a Christian perspective, so I believe in marriage before children. So I don't think that you should have a baby before you're married or anything of that nature anyway. And then that lowers the risk of it altogether.
I agree.
Unless, I mean, like even in the Black community, it's kind of crazy because 1 in 4 Black women get married, and if 1 in 4 Black, the marriages only last 5 years. So
yeah, I mean, those are all valid issues. Did you have something else to say, Lakia? Oh, you had asked him a question.
Yeah, I was asking, like, is your view that child support should be eliminated completely, or are you just making a point?
It should be used in the exact way that it's being used now. I think that there should be better measures to better measure fathers. I mean, if a person is being directly disrespectful and trying not to be a part of a child's life or whatever, then I can understand it. I can understand it being in place.
So how would you measure that? It's immeasurable. So what are you suggesting? Like if a father is absent, how are we measuring
the same way that the mother goes and files and petitions for child support now? But sometimes it comes from a bitter place or whatever, and the court doesn't know how to measure it. It's just he said versus she said.
That's why she asked, how would you measure it?
Right.
Possibly get an official to check and see when the child is where, who the child is with, who the child is spending a majority of the time with.
Smitty, all due respect, that is ridiculous. Who's going to pay for that?
You would call that an overreach by the state if they were doing that, bro. You would still be complaining if somebody wanted to put you on child support. So now the state,
there's ways men and things of that nature can prove it too, just by videotape, bro. Everybody got a smartphone, so
I was going to say that's true.
You can use a smartphone just to prove it like that.
So that is true, but if that's the case, just throwing this out there, if that's the case, and they have all this proof because they're actively involved, why can't that be shown? But the mom can show the parent-teacher conferences. The mom can show the doctor's appointments. The mom can show all this stuff because the mom is the one that's doing it. So I understand you advocating for fair treatment of fathers, but the ones that you're trying to advocate for don't need you.
Yes.
It's the ones that are absent, that are not doing anything, that want to escape what their responsibilities are.
I'm not talking for men who are being irresponsible, though. That's not.
That's what I just said,
bro. You are like you're not. Maybe you didn't mean to, but you are. because the things you are talking about are literally things that happen as a result of them not showing up or doing what they were supposed to do.
Like, what things are that? What things did I bring up that was a matter of a man being irresponsible? Just name 2 of them.
I will. What the only example that you gave?
Which was?
You don't remember the example you gave?
Tell me.
Let's move on. If you don't remember the example you gave, it don't matter, bro. You gave one example. That's what I'm saying. But even in the situation you gave me before the last time we had, and I already mentioned that one about not showing up to the DNA test.
Yeah, well, I'm not advocating for people not showing up for DNA tests, though. That's not who I'm advocating for.
But that's what I try to say. The people that you're advocating for are the ones that most likely don't have the issue. The ones that have the issue. I just sat back and had this conversation with Phil because, like, I'll pull up like cases and cases and cases of like these radical family court cases to where like a man will literally, he had signed a birth certificate and then he took a DNA test and the child wasn't his and he still was forced to pay child support.
That's
how
effed up, bro.
What is the sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. That's effed up, bro. Matter of fact, I don't want you to lose your point, Lakia. Are you gonna forget it?
No.
That's effed up, bro. But a news headline does not give the caveats to the case. That's what I be saying. Like, for one, he signed the birth certificate. We already know that's an issue. First and foremost, were they married?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay, so for one, that's your first L. Because it's expected. I know you can't be perfect, but in a marriage, you should be able to count on the fact that it's yours. You signed a birth certificate of a child with a woman you're not married to before the DNA test. You're the idiot. Why would you do that?
And if you're married, marriage trumps the fact of the child being yours or not, because it's assumed that you're taking care of what's in your household and you're responsible anyway.
That's why I asked that. But the fact that he's not married and he signed a birth certificate, we got to do better, bro.
Yeah.
There ain't no way in hell. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's a normal thing to do. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, it makes a great news article, but that's a very irresponsible move to make.
I forgot to look up the whatchamacallit real quick, though. So while y'all talking, I'm going to look up the amount of men, or I'm going to try to find the amount of men who do not show up to court or face charges.
The people, okay, so I guess my point, it really doesn't, to me, this is just me, it really doesn't matter the statistic, because the men that are not showing up and not advocating for themselves are not the ones that need this argument, I guess, of yours. They're already irresponsible by not showing up. They're already not advocating for themselves.
In my beginning statement, I used the word bitter baby mamas, like bitter women who use children against you. So I'm not advocating against men who are being irresponsible.
Irresponsible men are who mates with those women.
You think so?
Not all the time.
You got a bitter baby mama? Because I don't. And I don't have one friend that does, except the one that go on child support.
So you don't know any divorced men that pay child support?
Not in my friend circle, bro. Not one.
I know quite a few.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm saying
you went out a little bit there. Repeat
what
that.
She's saying is that's what you're saying. Am I still going out?
Yeah, you back now though.
Check one.
I can hear you.
Nah, I think I'm still going out.
You frozen, but I can hear your voice.
Am I still lagging?
You're moving like a little bit, but
Check one.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying that I believe that your perspective is based on those men, bro. And like she was saying, the men out here that are good fathers, they the ones that's going to go through every height necessary to get the right deal.
You out again.
Did he completely leave?
Check one.
I
Can you
don't
hear
think
me?
so. We
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can-
Okay. My bad. Yeah, so I'm gonna say that one more time. The perspective you have is likely based on those guys that in your circle. But like she was saying, the ones that are out here going hard for their kids, the determined men, they not letting that happen, bro. They're going through the heights that it takes to get their kids. And that's what I'm saying. I personally have a friend who won the child support case. I mean, not child support case. He won the custody battle against his girl who left him and has full-time custody of his kid, and she gets him in the summer. And he
I
didn't
know
even
somebody who won. I know somebody who also won a child custody case.
right. So I'm just saying
That's not at a high percentile though.
that may not be the case, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's because the court system is against them. It could be that the men who go those lengths are not at a high percentile. And that's what I'm seeing every time. It's these things that I'm hearing from men. It's always niggas saying what they shouldn't have had to do. The ones that aren't saying that did everything that they could possibly do, they not in those predicaments. And that's why I don't have a single friend that I can relate to with what you're saying. And I think that's weird to be a 33-year-old man and not can think of one person like that. And the only one that has a bad baby mama, he knew he shouldn't have been messing with her. So that means that both stories are represented out here.
Divorces are at an all-time high, bro. So I don't think it's necessarily all irresponsible men who didn't want to create a family who are out here and suffering without seeing their kid.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. Child support and seeing your kid are not the same argument.
Okay. So are you saying that a vast majority of men who are on child support are just irresponsible? Large majority.
No, what I'm saying is that the men, like you explained, the example where they're getting 50-50 time and doing everything just as much as the mother, that are still not paying a fair wage are because they didn't fight for it enough.
Okay.
That's my only argument on that part. Now, as far as who's on child support, I still haven't seen the issue there. If you didn't make it through your marriage and y'all didn't fight for that, you know what I mean? Why should you be able to go scotch-free and not have to take care of your kids? I understand if y'all can work something out. I understand if your point is that maybe they need to make it to where you have to try to negotiate it first. Cool. But to say that for those trifling ones out there, and they exist, because my mom is owed $30K in child support for me right now. So to say that they should be able to just do that, I just can't see where that is justified.
Okay. So, and the sole basis of what you're talking about, when it comes down, child support should exist to take care of children on its head. But there's so many stories of where it's not used just for that.
I see. I don't care about that.
Yeah, like bro, I live in Michigan. I've worked in shops. I know divorced people. I've seen court papers.
No. I said I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Because if she pays the rent for that child, she pays for the car and the gas to take the child to and from everywhere they go. Why should we be able to watch where her child support goes if she's the one that's providing everything for the kid? I don't think that matters enough to me. If it's a outrageous, trifling case where he's paying $1,000 in child support and the kid's coming with no shoes on and always looking funky, that's extreme. Those situations get dealt with. But to say we should be able to make child support like a food stamps card and control what it goes to, like, goddamn, she's paying.
Well, I don't even believe in that.
Yeah. But some niggas be saying that, and I'm like, she's paying for a household by herself. Who cares what she used the child support on? That's just her fair equalizer now.
To me, it's kind of like a reimbursement anyway, because
yes.
If a woman is married, right, and the dude does not want to leave, and she decides to divorce the dude and break up that family, should that man be put on child support?
If he's not doing what he's supposed to do, yes.
I think he should get time to be able to prove himself, maybe, if you want to argue that. But he should not be able to not take care of his kids. I don't care what the situation is.
All right, and I agree with that. Like, I am not promoting irresponsibility. I am not saying go out here and live your life scotch-free. Hey, if you're a father and you're listening to this, take care of your kids.
No. You skating the point. Then if we get rid of child support, what would be the solution for those guys? You telling them to be ethical doesn't fix the issue.
Okay.
So what would be the
still not a deterrent.
The only thing would be left.
People go to prison over child support all the time, bro. Child support is still not a deterrent.
So you want to get rid of it completely?
I mean, it's not a deterrent.
Yes or no?
And I want to get rid of it. I want to get rid of it at the level to where it stands, to where bitter baby mamas can get away with shit without having to negotiate. I look, I do not want a wife to be able to walk out of a household because of an argument, break a family down, and then the dude get put on child support, even though he spends an equal amount of time with that child.
All he can do is create scenarios, but can we get a clear answer on what you do want to happen?
I would abolish it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So please.
Now we know where to talk from. Thank you.
Right. So can I say something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
First off, I think it's unrealistic to think that anybody that's married just one day after an argument decided to divorce, separate their house. I don't think that's even a realistic argument. However, if that's
not my argument, by the way, though.
Huh?
I said that's not my argument.
You just said I'm just going about what you.
I didn't say one day. I mean, it could happen
after
over
an argument. Did you not?
I didn't mean it
exactly like what you're saying.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it in a general sense. Like,
so because in your mind, the woman divorcing the husband is breaking up the family, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. So that is not the case all the time. There has been things that led up to that, or failure that has led up to that, and it just so happened that the woman made the call. Maybe she couldn't deal with it anymore or whatever. Okay, speaking from experience, bend over backwards, did everything that was asked. Doesn't matter. You cannot, and this is a whole nother topic, but you can't force somebody into a role they don't want to be in. So that's
I agree with you there.
So,
I agree with you there.
So then they divorce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Family is broken up in your eyes because of her, because her intolerance after 17 years, right? And you're saying that woman should not have any access to or be able to maintain a lifestyle that they created because of their failures collectively. I'm not even going to put it on one side, because of the very small percentage, and I will guarantee it's a small percentage of men that are treated unfairly by it.
Just say yes, Smitty, please, because I came to try to help you because it was getting out of control. Just say yes, I think if a woman and a husband decide to split, I think that they should come together and try to negotiate first before running to any courtroom.
They negotiated. It didn't work. Now what?
If a dude is blatantly being if a dude is blatantly, I just don't fucking agree with it, yo. I'm just gonna say I'm not for child support.
We see that. But I'm asking you what your resolution would be for those that are like now by President Smitty's rule, I ain't gotta do nothing but skate, and they not coming after because child support not a thing. What is the mom supposed to do with the children?
Raise her children better and teach her children not to make
raise her children better because the father is not in the household because of his failures and have no assistance from him whatsoever because that's just her fault for not staying.
Teach her how to pick a better husband.
Wow.
Now you talking. This is where I'm proud of you, Smitty. Come on, man.
Okay. Teach her how to pick a better husband. Mm-hmm. Okay. So she picks a good husband, because I got scenarios for everything you're throwing at me, even if it doesn't make sense or is irrational. Mm-hmm. Teach her how to pick a better husband. She picked a good husband. Mm-hmm. She married him. They were happy for a long time. Husband decides that, not decides, but husband has a event in the family, a death in the family. Now he's spiraling, drinking, beating her and everything else. She's supposed to stay there because if she leaves, she know by President Smitty rule, she not going to get no type of financial help at all. But she got to take on that stress to be better and pick somebody else better because he failed. Again,
that's what churches are for.
Huh?
That's what churches are for.
Wow, you're being unrealistic right now. You're not. I feel like you're just.
Hey, y'all told me to go all the way in it. I'm devil's advocate in this bitch now. Let's go.
That's not devil's advocate. That sounds asinine.
That's a great answer because the question itself is disingenuous. If you look at every situation that she did, the man somehow ends up being trash. Even if he started out great, he turned into trash. We can't look at the real statistics, which is that 80% of divorces are filed by women.
I'm not disputing that at all.
Okay, then. So that means even if you wanted to say half of them, because we're not going to just try to make it seem like men are trash, right? Even
no, I'm not.
Say half of them was because the men were cheaters or violent. That's still 40% to 20% versus men of women leaving, right? So
no, wrong.
Not wrong.
You missed what the only reason I went into that scenario is because I'm piggybacking off of the fact that he said he would completely abolish child support for negligent, even if they're negligent fathers, right?
Exactly.
That's why I went into that unrealistic statement because I said it could be a million different scenarios why someone decides to divorce. Doesn't make the woman at fault for breaking up a family if she's the one that filed. That is the only reason I went into that. I am not saying men are trash.
But if you look at the divorce rates, then that's like 80% of dudes are trash based off of your scenario.
No, my scenario only came
or a really high percentage.
You completely would abolish child support. That is the only reason that scenario came out of left field.
No, the reason why the scenario is still disingenuous to the conversation is because if there are fathers providing for their children, that's not going to stop because they get divorced, right? The dad and the mom get divorced. But if there are fathers who aren't providing for their children, that's not going to start because of child support. That's the point. That's the basis of getting rid of child support. Is that you only get child support from men who are in a position to support. It makes no sense to put a man on child support. If you were thirsty, would you go to a well that didn't have water in it? Yes or no?
That's not true.
So you wanted him to give you a yes or no, but you're not going to give me one.
That's not true.
You were thirsty.
Because you can't compare. You cannot compare.
You won't let me go through, so I can't go through my scenario.
You can. Go ahead.
Yes or no? I'm asking you for one. If you were thirsty, would you go to a well that didn't have water in it?
No.
Okay, then. So it does not make sense to put somebody on child support who does not have money. The purpose of child support is to collect funds. You cannot collect funds from a broke person. That's not how that works. I've been around for 45 years. Here's what I can say. I don't know one single man that had money and didn't do anything for his children. Not one. Every dude I know that
there's plenty out here. That's not even a fair statement. You're advocating saying that every man who has money is taking care and providing for their kids, and that's false.
So this is what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't say every or all. We shouldn't even that shouldn't even come out of our mouths. We shouldn't even have to justify that because we know we can't speak for every or all situations. Right. What we're talking about is in general. right?
Mhm.
So let me ask you this. What percentage of Black fathers do you think live at home with their children?
A small one.
Give me a number.
20.
According to an article in the New York Times, 2.5 million Black fathers live at home with their children. You know how many Black fathers there are in America? 5 million. That means half of them live at home with their kids.
Okay.
So this is what I'm saying, right? But here's the thing that really made me want to click the link and join you guys, right? Because there was a statement that was made that if you're a man and you make a child, you should be responsible to provide for it. Are we in agreement with that?
For sure.
Who said that?
I think Smitty said that.
I didn't hear that. If you're a man and you make a child,
if you make a child, right, you should be responsible to provide for it.
Yes, I agree.
You agree with that statement?
Yeah, because I feel like it's the responsibility of both parties before the child is even made. So it's your responsibility if they didn't want it and they took the risk.
Okay, Smitty, I'll need you to pay very close attention to this. So, Miss Lakia, are you saying that you would do away with the adoption process?
No.
Wait, why not? Because if you're a mother and you make a child, you should be financially responsible for it. So why should you be able to give the child up for adoption and not be financially responsible for it? You made it.
Okay. That's just also like asking why somebody could give up a child for adoption instead of terminating when they got raped.
No, it's not, because we're not talking about
grape.
Yes,
it is. Adoption is adoption. We should say grape. You can't go off of whatever grounds you want to.
Yeah, no, we're not. You just added grape into the scenario and we're not talking about grape.
So, no, you're just upset that your scenario what your point is making.
There is no scenario, sis. We're only talking about adoption.
Exactly. So many people place children up for adoption.
Right.
Regardless of the circumstances.
Right.
So what exactly what point are you trying to prove?
But you don't think a man should be able to forego his financial responsibilities to a child regardless of whatever situation he might be going through, like not having money.
Then if that's the case, again, if we're talking about picking better partners and everything else, then you should take the steps to not have children. That is your responsibility. Yes, I'm sorry.
The same thing can be said for the women who put their kids up for adoption.
Why
do we have such compassion for women? Why do we think that women should have escapes? Why do we think they should have favoritism? Why do we think they should have outs?
I don't. You're trying to argue that with somebody who doesn't agree with that.
But that's what adoption is. And
that's
you're not going to tell me that you believe that a high percentage of only less than 2% of baby deletions are for cases of grape or medical reasons. So I would say that same number would apply to adoptions, and I can do a quick Google search and prove it. So let's not argue about it.
I don't know. Excuse me. You don't know me. You don't know my viewpoints on a lot of stuff because right now I don't know what you're trying to do or what your point is, but a lot of things that you're saying, I agree with. I simply made a irrational circumstance and situation based on the irrational eradication of child support. That was the reason. And now you're coming for me, or you're throwing all these different scenarios like I disagree or I'm all for this child support or the whole feeling sorry for women. I'm totally against it. I hate when women use abortion as a form of birth control, etc. So let me just be clear with that.
So this is what I'm saying. Even to the comment that Family Values just made, this is what I mean.
I don't see
the attitude that we have is there's never an excuse for men, but hey, let's think about it sometimes for women.
No, we don't gotta think about nothing. You just said it. There's never an excuse for men. You want an excuse. That's it. Period. Responsibility is responsibility. You want
so why don't we apply that to women?
There's never an excuse for men. Why do people feel sorry for women? Take your responsibility, keep it in your pants. Use a protection, do whatever you got to do, pick better women, and then you won't have half the argument that you have right now.
Cool. So now let's apply that to adoption. And it's okay to say, you know what? I'm just going to be a hypocrite about this argument.
I'm not a hypocrite. You are, though.
Can somebody answer
that? To say that?
You brought that up a couple times. The thing with adoption is that it's not affecting one parent. That would be both parents not wanting that child.
That still doesn't change. We're not. That's
It
not what
does
we're
change the
talking
point.
about.
You
We're
were
talking
using
about
this as an
responsibility.
argument. You were using this as an argument as an excuse for women. It's not. This
Right,
is
it
both
is
parents
because
not
we're
wanting
talking
it.
about Driscoll. We're talking about responsibility. Let's not move the goalpost.
So
I
both
did.
parents
Talking
are
about
Are you
responsible.
listening? The what I said is that the responsibility to care for your child is both parents. So
Right.
adoption is not a woman skating responsibility. It's both parents.
That depends on what state you in and if you're married or not.
So
Here we
let me
go
ask you
again
this,
with
Driscoll.
the-
Do
with
you
the
think that a woman has to get a
I
man's
don't agree
consent
with
in order to put the
the
child up for
adoption
adoption?
statement. I'm not trying to make any.
I know. I just don't want to derail the argument, though. What was you
But
saying,
Driscoll,
bro?
if that's the case, why don't women have to get men's consent to put the kids up for adoption?
Did he sign a birth certificate?
I'm about to say if they're married, you do.
Okay, if they're married, you do.
Or
We
on the
already
birth
know
certificate.
the percentage of black people that's married. So we know it's not. That's what I'm saying. We know
That's
it's not the
another
case.
excuse, bro. That's your choice to not be married.
It was also her choice. That's not the point. The point is that they
The
can
man
give the
asked the
child up.
woman, how is it her choice not to be married?
Because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about responsibility. Y'all not gonna
Yeah,
get
and
me on this.
you're not taking responsibility
She's
right now for
foregoing
all
her
the different outs of your
responsibility
statement.
She's foregoing her responsibility
And the
to
man
provide
is as
for the
well.
child
He
that she
made
brought into
her.
the
He
world.
made it. The semen comes from the man. She grows it. It comes from the man.
Cool.
So he's responsible first.
Cool. She's foregoing her responsibility to provide for the child that she brought into the world. How is that different from a man doing it?
How is it different
You
from a
must
man's
have heard
what?
this argument somewhere, and you was like, "My dad."
No, I think for myself, Driscoll. You know that. I'm sitting here. I'm asking. I'm simply saying, how is a woman, right? Don't go into great. That's not enough of them to bring it up, right? We know what it is. Most women, when they go through baby deletions and adoptions, they're just trying to avoid the responsibility of the baby. We're saying that child support should be in place to enforce responsibility of the baby on men. So why should women have an out?
Non-custodial parent is what the term I've been using if you've been listening. I never said on men. I said the non-custodial parent because that could be a man, it could be the father or the mother. That's number one. Number two, if you want to keep going and harping on adoption, that means the child is already in this world, which means the father can take the child and then there would be no adoption. So why the responsibility is on both parents. That's the point that I'm making. But you're so busy trying to find that excuse that you said for the man because you feel like women have a bunch of excuses. While I agree that women do get pity for things that they should be accountable for, it is also equally responsible for that father of that child to take the baby if he doesn't want it up for adoption too. So it's both of them.
Right. So what percentage?
So that's it. Right.
No,
you agree?
No, it's not. That's not right. That's it. Because at the end of the day, there's no way you see what it is that you think, right? Because you think like Driscoll, obviously, right? That everything falls on the man. Even the woman's decision to be with the man that she chose to be with falls on the man. Cool. I'm not here to argue none of that with y'all. What we were talking about was responsibility, right? The child support enforces, demands financial responsibility from men. Not, I don't care about the 15% of women who's on child support. We're talking about the 85% of men that are, right? So
no, we're not. No, you're wrong. We're talking about the non-custodial parents because child support is not just for men.
General. You made it about men.
Okay, cool. It ain't about men. The fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, I'm using that to say because way more men are impacted by it. Domestic violence. Wait a minute. Domestic violence. When you see it, how many pictures of men do you see with black eyes and busted lips and all?
We're not talking about that,
right? But see, that's what I'm saying. So I can't ever get to make a point. The point
your point needs to be focused on what we're talking about. You're going to left field.
I'm not going into nothing.
Yes, you are. You're not even acknowledging that I said non-custodial parent versus custodial parent. You keep talking about men. Let's give excuses for men. This is why so many deadbeats.
What I'm saying is this. When we look at domestic violence, it's viewed as a woman's issue, even though
we're not talking about domestic violence. Let's get to child support.
I'm going to be this rude to you when you talk.
Go ahead.
You're going to continue to be this rude to me.
You're not, because you're trying to enforce. You're trying to make this point, and I listen very carefully at you attack me in the beginning, and you're trying to make this point without sticking to the topic.
One at a time.
The domestic violence itself is viewed as a woman's issue. This is the reason why when they have the domestic violence awareness month, everybody is wearing pink ribbons, right? Because they want to support women. So again, when we look at child support, and we know this, it is seen as a man's issue because the majority of people who are on child support are men. And so the reason why I'm addressing and even using the child support, even though I did make it a man-woman argument, the reason why I'm addressing child support and the fact that it's being enforced, it is enforcing accountability and responsibility majorly on men. And I'm using adoption to say this is the logic behind why we should do away with child support, is because it enforces it majorly on men, right? But then you have another system like an adoption that gives women a way out from their responsibility.
All right.
It does not make sense to have a society where we're saying women are equal, but then we create avenues for them to avoid or escape accountability and responsibility while demanding it of men.
All right, bro. You drove that home, bro. And I think everybody here gets what you're saying. And I think you're kind of getting into talking points that, you know, are like preloaded because nobody here thinks women and men are equal. Those aren't a valid argument point here. But I think what they're saying is the adoption argument is moot. If you're unable to be an acceptable guardian for your child, it's your responsibility to find another guardian. That's what adoption is ultimately doing. Someone who can help you. What you said, podcast. I know you're not gonna like it.
I can't. I'm sorry. It broke up. What you said?
Before, when I first popped on, and the sister and Smitty was going back and forth. Every scenario that she gave, Smitty, don't be quiet on this one. I know you don't know me like that. Every scenario that she gave was of a woman needing child support from a man avoiding responsibility to pay child support. That was every scenario. Now, when I use an example of a system that is privileging towards women, it's no, we're just talking about child support in general and in a non-custodial parent. But every scenario was about a woman leaving a man and a man not paying his support.
So maybe you missed the beginning, but the reason for that is because that was what Smitty presented, is that child support is waging war against men in so many words.
Because it is.
Okay, so that's why she said that. No, you're trying to make it a contradiction. That's why she was arguing.
79.9% of custodial parents are women.
Okay, that does not change the point, though. The point is that the discussion was about the morality of child support. Now, if your argument is that it's an attack against men, then we have the right to argue against that. That's all that's happening.
Yeah.
But when I say the comments, you make it seem like I didn't say ahead of time. Like, I vehemently agree that men should take care of their kids. I am not.
What should and what is are two different things.
Yeah, but like child support isn't a deterrent, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, it hasn't stopped it. It
is a deterrent for some, maybe not for everyone. But I know niggas out here that wouldn't be paying nothing if it weren't for child support.
And don't forget, Smitty, I said that was the reason why I came up, was because you said that. You said if a man makes a baby, he should be financially responsible for it. You want to say it's an excuse? Whatever, I don't care. As long as women got them, men should have them. Because at the end of the day, there is something called human fallacy. None of us are perfect. We all go through stuff. Guess what? My mom kept me away from my dad because my dad was a gang-banging, drug-dealing jailbird. In her mind, she thought that was the best thing for me, right? Not that my dad be in my life because he's my father, but that he not be in my life because he's such a horrible example. Now, here's what no mother has ever said throughout the existence of my life. She was wrong for that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You see what I'm saying? Was she right for that? I think hindsight being 2020, that was the right thing to do, right? Not necessarily keeping me away from my grandmama, my brothers, and all of that, but my dad for sure, right? But when I was younger, I didn't understand it. I just know I needed my dad. You see what I'm saying? But when I finally met him when I was 15, I saw for myself, dope fiend, walking around, looking on the ground, picking up everything that looked shiny. I realized in that moment I wasn't missing nothing. See, but we would dog that man out, right? If the situation was reversed and he chose to stay away, we would dog him out. You ain't nothing. You ain't no good. You chose to stay away from your kid. But when the mama decided to keep him away, now we understand, well, that was a good decision because he's a bad example. You see?
Bro, that has
but if
nothing
the
to do with
man
the
says,
point.
yo, I'm a bad example, I'm terrible, I'm on drugs, I'm this, I'm that, I'm all these things that will be terrible for my son or my child to be around, and I know I'm not going to change it right now. He's just trash. He can't be making a
He's
sensible
irresponsible
decision for his kid.
in either
That's the whole
situation.
point. He's irresponsible. And then the real argument is not about him staying away. It's about him paying his due for his children.
Do you feel like he should have supported you financially, even though he was, or your mom kept him away?
That's my argument. He should have supported her financially to some level to aid in you being raised.
Do you think that?
Because I was born?
Sure.
Okay, so then you think mothers should do the same when they give their kids up for adoption?
I was just asking a question. Do you think
I'm talking
that
to Driscoll, sis. I ain't even hear what you said. My bad.
So let me respond to that. That's a great question. The whole idea of adoption is that the new person becomes the one with the parental rights. That's null and void. Now, I will tell you this. If the system take your kid, you're paying child support then. But the whole point of adoption is that they become the new custodial and technical legal parent. So that wouldn't make sense for the mother to still do that.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying, bro. Look at you're not trying to do this intentionally, but this is what you're doing. You're saying that there are reasons in the world that a woman should be able to forego her physical, present, and financial responsibility to the child that she make, but there are none for men. Bro, that's dangerous. Look at the suicide rates. 70% men, homelessness, 70% men. If everybody moves with this attitude that men don't deserve the same level of understanding and compassion of that women get, but we live in a society where we keep trying to push equality for, bro, I don't understand how you cannot see this. That's dangerous, bro. It leaves no room for altruism as it occurs for men.
I think we just have different ways of viewing the point. I think anecdotally, we all have seen like different things. Like me being in the shop, bro, like I said, I've talked to plenty of fathers, like good fathers who had their kids, who pay child support, who have their kids a majority of the time. Like that exists.
I'm sorry, you talking about the barbershop?
It exists at a higher level than probably what you imagine. But to solely grab that and without having like any data to back up anything that you're saying and saying that it's solely upon irresponsible fathers. Like
maybe your idea,
the custodial mothers thing is almost the exact same thing as the divorce rate. 79.9% to 80% of divorces.
The issue with that argument is that I think we probably have different idea of what a good father is. That's probably what's at the heart of this. That's an opinionated statement.
I don't think that's what it is. I just think that you have a no-nonsense policy when it comes to men, but you have an open heart policy when it comes to women. Already you believe that women should be stay-at-home moms in general. So to you, all of the financial responsibility should be on the man anyway. But here's the irony of that, right? We don't live in, nor have we ever lived in a society where that was the case. It's never been a situation where the women didn't provide anything at all. Not in America, bro. I don't care about Africa. I don't care about
moving the goalposts.
I'm talking about right here in America since the colonizers landed, right? And put democracy on this continent right here, women have always worked. Our women, Black women, have always worked. Always.
Moving the goalposts, bro. You like literally on another field right now.
I'm not, because I'm saying I'm pointing
that
out,
has
bro,
nothing to do with the argument. You're trying to make a case against me now instead of against the facts.
No, I'm not making a case. I'm showing that I have a level of understanding of why you think the way that you think. That the reason why you're so,
I'm gonna tell you the error in that. That's not true though. The argument you're setting up is not based in fact, because your point is that women have always added and contributed. Then that makes no sense to the point of child support. Nobody's saying women shouldn't contribute. The point of child support is that both should have an equal share.
True. And that moment I wasn't talking about child support. I was talking about I think I
kind
of understand why it is that you have such, because you have this opinion that men are supposed to provide. So in your mindset, if you make a child, right, as a man, you're supposed to provide for it. But I'm saying you don't give any heart, any, you know what I'm saying? What's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean? Like we look at it with a man, and if a man isn't doing what he's supposed to do with his kid, you calling it excuse. What is it when a woman isn't doing it? What is it when she takes her kid and gives it up for adoption to somebody else? We saying that's not an excuse. We're saying, well, they thought that through and they realized that the parent.
And that's two different arguments, and you don't want to hear that. You keep trying to conflate the two. This would be a valid argument if you were saying. A valid argument would be me saying that if the woman is the one who doesn't have the kids in her custody, she shouldn't have to pay child support. Nobody ever said that. So that what you're arguing is not aligned. Adoption is not a man versus woman issue.
I understand that, Driscoll, bro. Do I need to call my mans to come back me up because you taking it the way you taking it because it's coming from me? Bro,
I'm not taking it anyway. I'm just saying.
Okay, so just go listen to what I'm saying. What I'm not doing is conflating. I've already shown you. He just told you that 79% of custodial parents are women. Bro, child support is a man's issue. It's okay for us to discuss it that way.
Okay. If you want to discuss it as a man's issue, then we can discuss it as a man's issue. But don't make inaccurate statements like I'm trying to skate the responsibility for women. And that's not what I'm doing when I'm literally saying if the woman is the one outside the house, the same would apply. I'm trying to say that both parents need to provide for a live child. Now, if they don't want to do so, have adoption's an option. There's families out here that want to. I don't think you have to be against adoption to be okay with both parents taking care of the child.
No, but at the same time, a father cannot say just because I'm not in a position to provide for my child that they can also dictate what happens to the kid. So that's where the crossroad meets. I'm not in a position to take care of the kid, but I don't get to determine that the mother doesn't get to keep the kid because I can't provide for it. Now, she still has custody of the kid. I can't provide. I'm automatically a deadbeat. Right.
I understand what point. I think I understand what point you're trying to make. You're saying like the say so isn't equal for men's right to a child versus the women. Like if a woman says I'm not ready for a baby or whatever the case may be, she can put the baby up for adoption without any input from the dad. But the dad, in the same regard, would just be forced to be a father and be responsible. Right.
Well, technically, yes, that's true, but if you know that child exists, you can fight for the right to paternity, prove your paternity, and you can take that child and have your parental rights. You can prevent that adoption. Most men ain't going to do that. They'll go through the procedures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because usually in that position, he ain't want his kid.
Yeah, but see, and you just pointed it out, right? It's procedural, right? It's going to cost him some money.
That's what it always comes down to is niggas don't want to do what they got to do. That's what we was talking about before you got on here, bro. Every child support issue I ever hear from men is what we shouldn't have to do and not a reality of what the court did to me. They only did what you allowed because you didn't do your part. And 9 times out of 10 in the conversations I have with men. And I'm saying that from, if you weren't here earlier, perspective of I literally don't know any men in my life that are on child support that aren't in their kids' life. Like, I don't know that. I have one friend who has a bitter baby mama who he pays support to, and in his example, he told me before they broke up, he knew he shouldn't with her. So that's what I mean when I say irresponsible. Like, I'm not seeing these examples of good situations where men made good choices and it just went bad as a majority. I don't see that.
Even though
I see
understand
niggas out
the
here
point,
that ain't marrying the women they sleeping with, they having baby mamas that they know they shouldn't have been having kids with, or they ain't showing up to court for the DNA test, dumb stuff like that.
see, I made this argument the other day, Driscoll. Even though I understand I have to live in the real world, I don't like the argument that you made a bad choice when it comes to like who you made kids with. You know why? Because if the system wasn't in place, nobody would be making that argument. Kids would just be getting taken care of, or they wouldn't. It wouldn't be a thing about where you made a bad choice with her. We only saying you made a bad choice with her because she has a system in place to put a man through something.
Now, if you
the
talking
system
from
wasn't
there,
in place to put a man through something, then he could just provide on the level that he could provide, and that would just be the end of it.
if you're talking from there, we might almost find common ground, because I will say that it is a genuine fact that the child support system does incentivize and encourage women to not stay with the man. So if you're talking from that point of view, then you're not gonna get an argument from me on that, and that's where I'm perplexed about my position.
Well, you put it in a better phrase than I did. You know that them TBIs kicking in, my memory ain't as good as it used to be.
No, from that perspective, I mean, even from the beginning, when child support was introduced in America, it almost felt like an attack to help break the black family. So I get that perspective. Right. I'm just speaking from where we are today, though. I don't know. I think it would take a good 50, 60 years if we got rid of child support for the issue to correct itself. And during that time, we would have some shitty communities, bro.
I just don't think that's the case. And you know,
I don't think that child support is currently keeping people, like maybe a few people, but it's not keeping people's heads above water, bro. Not in a large factor, bro. It's not doing that in a large factor. So, and like even my point, like my point goes all the way back to like even what you just said. Because I mean, me and Driscoll didn't had this talk before, and then my thing always goes back to the 1960s when that Welfare Act was passed, and then that's when women created this system of putting men out the house, and it just so happened to perpetuate this far to where divorce rates are exclusively done. Divorces are exclusively done by women. They're exclusively walking out of the house, and then they made child support like a big order. But the dude didn't try to leave. He wanted to keep his family. Maybe he wasn't willing to go to that counselor with you that day. But I don't think it's always a matter of a man pounding a woman's face in.
No,
to make her leave. It's nobody not always an act of aggression like that.
No, right. It's not.
Yeah, nobody
it's not.
made
and
that.
I agree.
She did. She brought it up to me earlier. She was like, "Well, if she brought it up in a scenario,
that was always the case, bro." She gave one example.
Yeah,
I was being obnoxious because I felt like your argument was obnoxious. That was it. If you know from us talking before what my views are, that was a whole obnoxious saying because I was trying to prove my point that if you're getting rid of it completely, that also includes people that are going through these outrageous situations as well. That was my whole point with that.
There's a bunch of things that I would roll back though, governmentally though. There's a bunch of things in our government that I don't agree with, and that's not child support.
No, but honestly, there are people that, and I think we were just talking about something where you were saying putting the man out the house. There are people that literally are encouraged, and women especially, that they know that the only way that they can keep everything or whatever the case may be is, file a protective order. And now you're forcing him out to go or whatever, so you can do whatever you want to do. And then if you call 911 for anything, you already know how the police are with black men and everything else. So it is against them. And I say this all the time. So, but I'm just saying, like, there's certain situations. I don't feel like I feel like there's a lot of men who would do absolutely nothing if child support didn't force them to contribute something. That's the
and then that would force women to change who they made it with.
I agree. I mean, I agree with that. I don't feel like you should be opening your legs, making a baby with just anybody. I agree with that. But the force I don't feel like should be solely, I feel like it should be more on marriage before you even bring kids into this world and everything, before you even have to go down that road and that path, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but the divorce rate is high. That's the thing that I keep bringing up. If the divorce rate is high, married people are having kids and child support is still being distributed. So either the nigga wasn't shit, like 80% of the niggas being married ain't shit. Is that what we saying?
No, this is what I was telling you earlier, bro. Like, and then you made a good point when you went back to the 1960 thing. That was so on track with what I was about to ask you too, Smitty. Did you know about the marriage rates and all of that back then, right before all this started? Because when you look at handouts, giveaways, welfare, whatever you want to call it, right? And when it look like it's just all these black people that's living on welfare, that whole thing started with 20%. You see what I'm saying? 20%, right? Because according to who you believe, 1960, black people were married at a rate of somewhere in between 60 to 80%, depending on who you believe, right? Some people say 60, some people say 70, some people say 80, right? I know Kevin Samuels was one of the ones who would say 80, right?
I believe Thomas Sowell. So Thomas Sowell says like somewhere like around 70, 75 to 80%.
Okay. So 75 to 80% of black people married in 1960, and somehow by 1970, the marriage rate had already dropped almost 12%. By 1981, 82, it was already down like 26%. You see what I'm saying? So they use 20% of poor people, right, to inflict, if you will, welfare on black people.
Yeah.
So again, this is what I'm saying. They can take a minority number and make it seem like it's the majority, right? Or have such a greater impact on the majority because they're going to be birthing the next generation, right? So you have generations of perpetual welfare, right, as it were. But the point is that why would all of these women be so keen to jumping on the welfare bandwagon if they had men in their life, right, that was providing for them, the other outside of the 20%, right? Here is the biggest thing, bro. It's not enough anymore for women, right? We hear all these stories about how men used to provide. In 1960, the average black man made $9,900 a month. I mean, a year. $9,900 a year. The average white man made $17,000. That's a difference of 8. Now it's like 45 to 55. That's a difference of 10. You see what I'm saying? So as far as pacing goes, we still right on track. We still making the same amount of money distance from white men as we were then. The difference then, though, was that women were more about family. They weren't about selfishness. It wasn't the idea that I could do bad all by myself. You see what I'm saying? If I got to live in this shack, I can live in this shack by myself. The government can give me this, and I can take this and get this on the side. I can deal with men as I want to and get little change out of them so I can do what I want to for myself, shoes, purses, weave, and all this other stuff, right? That's what it became. That's what it blossomed into, right? Which is why they telling you, oh, the average black man making $45,000
and if I may add
no money.
To your thing, women are genetically designed to pick the best mate. The thing that ended up happening was all these fail safes got created. Hey, you trip, we'll catch you. We the government, we got your back. You trip over here, oh, we got you. All these incentives were created to stop women from failing and to stop noticing that they were fucking failing too. Let me add that in there.
I see what you're saying. I see what you did right there. That's big because they don't see it that way. That's accurate. Yeah, I see what you did that way. I mean, look, by all standards, I'm a failure. I get Section 8. Section 8 covers my light bill. I got the free government phone, right? Everything I got right now is free for me. I feel like I deserve it. As much as I've been through in my life, it is what it is. Let me get a break. Yep, let me take a minute and chill for a second, right? Although I'm still building. It's not like I'm not building because I'm doing
we don't care about none of that, bro. Do you take care of your kids?
Well, my kids is grown, but I'm on my son, I'm on child support for my son. I pay it every month.
That's all we talking about, bro. Like, I mean,
but this the thing, though. I shouldn't have been Driscoll.
From the sound of it, bro, I don't think you would have paid it. I don't think.
Here's the thing: I wouldn't have paid it. You know why I wouldn't have paid it? Because I didn't have it.
Bro, you ain't. It ain't
That's
no
your
way.
fault.
Driscoll, stop.
How did you
Why
pay
you
it then?
out
How
here?
did you end up paying it now? How'd you pay it?
Yeah, because I ended up having it. That's the point.
So it's funny how when the boot to your ass, you find a way to have it.
No, you're not. See, you're adding on instead of asking me.
Okay.
Now you got to ask me how long was I on child support before I started paying it. You see, you ain't kick. See, this is what I'm saying. You're assuming. Don't assume, right? I was on child support for almost 2 years before I started paying it. Right? Now with my son's mom, that was different because I was fighting it.
Is that how long it took for them to threaten you with jail?
No, I was fighting it. I didn't deserve to be on child support in the first place.
Okay,
that's my point. There were times when I was employed, and there were times when I wasn't.
Paternity issue.
No, listen to what I'm saying. There were times when I was employed, and there were times when I wasn't employed. When I wasn't employed, I didn't have no money. If my son or my son mama or my daughter mama called me and asked me for something, I would call my mama. I would call my brother. I would call my woman. Somebody doing something. It's not like I didn't have no help. So, my family understood.
I gotta ask, and I promise you, I'm only getting personal because you brought your situation up. So, do you think? Let's say, take it away from you, just a random kid.
It's okay to talk about me. I'm cool.
Okay. Do you think it's acceptable?
You breaking
when you
up.
Got a child to provide for it.
Say it again. You was breaking up for a second. Say it
Do
again.
You think it's acceptable? Can y'all hear me now?
I don't know if it's me or you. It might be me.
No, you broke up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he frozen.
Hey, I think you back now. You back now.
Yeah, I see you.
I'm back.
Yeah, you back now. Go ahead.
Nope. All right. So I'm gonna try to ask it again. Do you think it's acceptable for a father to not have a job for 2 years with a child to provide for?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
I think that's essentially where we're gonna differ in our opinion.
I know. That's what I was saying earlier. You just proved my point.
I didn't know that was your point. Earlier. I didn't know that was your point. I don't think that's Smitty. I don't think now. If Smitty agrees with that, then we got more discussion to have too.
What was the point? What was the point? Because I stepped away for like a hot second.
I said, so do you think it's acceptable for a father to not have a job for 2 years with a child out here to provide for?
As long as he got some type of side hustle that can. Oh no, fuck that. No, that's
right.
on
Your answer is no. Right. Your answer is no. As soon as you said side hustle, your answer is no.
Yeah.
So why do you feel like you or any man should have an excuse for any amount of time to not provide for their child?
The same reason why women get one.
So let me ask you this. Let me frame it like this.
No. Wait, Driscoll. I want her. This is what I want. I answered that the certain way because I want people to be able to think. If you say in your mind that something is okay for a woman, then I want you to say out loud, why is it okay for a woman?
Nobody said that. I didn't say that.
I know, sis. I know. I'm not saying you are. This is why I'm posing it as a question, right? Okay. That's why I say if you say, right, that something is okay for a woman, we not finna sit here and pretend like we don't think it's okay for women to get welfare, because they do, and none of us ain't protesting. I'm not gonna go on none of y'all pages and find no clips, no posts, no nothing saying take this welfare away from women. Okay, so what I'm saying is this is what we do, right? We treat men.
No, can you like please answer the question?
Human. I'm answering your question right now.
You're not.
So I'm going to answer it, or you just want to talk? Because I don't want to argue.
If you're derailing, but go ahead.
I'm not. We treat men like they're not human. Being poor, Driscoll, I'm speaking to you right now. Being poor is not a woman's privilege. It's not. It is not something that is exclusive to women. Being poor happens. Unemployment is a word. If you look up unemployment, you know what you don't see? You don't see something that happens to women over an extended period of time. It's not what you see. Everybody has stories. Everybody's stories does not line up all the time. I know women who were raped when they were young and they became very successful and it did not haunt them. And then I also know women who were raped and it destroyed them. They became promiscuous, whoremongers, okay, because they were trying to make up for the emptiness and the void that they felt inside behind what happened to them. We do not have the same story. So if I tell you right now that I was out here looking for jobs, not 365 days a year, nobody does that, but that I was looking for jobs over an extended period of time and I wasn't getting them. But then I also admit that I also wasn't looking for jobs that paid $7.99 an hour.
That's what I was
looking
about to
for
get
jobs
at.
that paid
You were
13
looking for the
or
jobs you
15.
wanted. You was looking for the jobs you wanted, not the jobs.
See what I mean? Right there. So I'm not supposed to look for the job that can give me the money that will actually put me in a position to provide.
Not for 2 years. Not for 2 years. No, you can look for that job once you got one that's feeding your kid.
Cool. That's what's up. But here's what I know about when you're with a woman. This is what we were just talking about. If you don't have enough money to feed your kid and feed her and clothe her and clothe him and pay the light and pay the gas and pay the rent and support her habits, whatever that is, going out to the restaurants, all this other stuff, you're going to get treated a certain way anyway. See, this is what we do. We
talk about child support. We ain't talking about your relationship surviving.
Right. At the end of the day, you see what you do?
Bro, you be
what I'm saying. It's because it's not, listen, because you act like you don't understand how this correlates. You understand? You will take a person, a woman. This is one of the biggest arguments against child support. A man and a woman both get together and they make a baby. If the woman can't provide for the child, she gets a house, she gets Medicaid, she gets food stamps, she gets cash assistance. If a man can't provide, he gets child support, he gets jail. That does not make any sense. Being poor is not a woman's privilege. It's not. That is something that has been the norm for the majority of people in any society since the dawn of time. Most people are average. That's the case.
Wait, what are you saying? Are you saying since the dawn of time we've had women providing for themselves?
No, what I'm saying is that since the dawn of time, most people have been poor. Right now, the same. I know people who had jobs 2 years ago before the pandemic, right? That money that they were making, it's not enough.
I'm not arguing against poor people, bro. Poor people can take care of their kids.
Obviously they can't if they're dependent on the system.
That's two different arguments, bro. This is my argument. You should not be able to do nothing while your child is in need. That's all I'm saying. Even for most assistants, if I'm not mistaken, there are job requirements now.
No, so you have to. They want you to be signed up for the job, like the job programs and stuff like that.
Yeah. Right. The goal is, to improve, to get you to a place where maybe you won't need it no more. I don't know, but even like for that, women who are single parents, to get on a lot of that stuff, they have to open a child support case on the father.
Unless they say, I don't know who he is.
Unless they lie. Yeah. Unless they lie.
Right. See, so that's what I'm saying. Now, Smitty, pay attention. I got a cousin. Him and his baby mama, they made a baby, right? He got locked up right before she was about to have a baby. So he was locked up for like 2 years. When she got all that assistance, like Driscoll was saying, they was like, look, who's the daddy? Ooh, you know what she did? I don't know. I don't know who he is.
So kudos to her.
Guess exactly, because they've been married for 17 years.
Oh, I missed the story. Are you saying that they were married when the child was born?
No, they were not married. She was pregnant, and then he went to jail. He was hustling. He went to jail. While he was locked up, she was getting all of the assistance from the government, right? And they tried to force her to put it on the father. She told him, I don't know who he is. Period, right? Then when he got out of jail, they was together for a little while, and then they got married, and they've been together ever since. 17 years, married, 3 kids, same father. Youngest boy on his way to college to play ball. Daughter doing great. Son engaged with a girlfriend in his own spot at 22. This is what I'm saying. She thought about family. Family was the important thing. You're rolling your eyes, but it worked.
I'm gonna say something.
But it worked.
I am.
Fair. I want to say something, to be fair.
Because I know you emphasize family and same dad and all that, honey. I'm there. I already know. Married, 3 kids, pregnant with 1, same dad. So yeah,
That's
it's not
up.
Unheard of. I don't know if you felt like that was an accomplishment.
It is an accomplishment.
Great. So I'm accomplished over here as well.
Of course.
You're so busy hating women and thinking everything. You're missing the fact that a lot of us are actually in favor of women being accountable for their actions and so on and so forth. Just because we know how to debate doesn't mean I'm sitting here saying women can be trifling, use the system for everything. No welfare ever over here. I don't have to toot my own horn. These people know who I am, but I'm going to make the arguments that are logical as well. There are not many men that's out here hustling, being selfish, putting their families at risk, that come out of jail or with that same woman and then marry them. That is good for them, but that's not the majority.
Yeah, that's an extreme.
What you just said is not the majority.
Most women agree.
Okay, so wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out, what have I said so far that makes you think I hate women?
Everything.
See, and that's my point. You don't listen to what I'm saying. You
I'm listening. Everything you're saying is saying that women
Everything
get excuses for this,
about,
but men don't.
Exactly.
You still didn't answer my question about
who puts that in place? Women?
What?
Who puts those privileges in place?
What privileges?
The privileges that I have been discussing since I entered the show about what women have versus what men don't. Who puts those privileges in place? Exactly. No. It's okay to say, okay, you're right. You don't hate women. It's okay to say that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You're benefiting off of all the things that are government given.
That's a fact.
Your statement, but you want to abolish the ones that hold you accountable.
Not at all.
Make it make sense. Yes, you do. Not at all. You just said you didn't pay child support for 2 years. The kid was still living.
That's right, because I was fighting it. Because I didn't deserve to be on it. That's the whole point. Just because a mother, this is the whole argument that Smitty was making earlier. Just because a woman says put him on child support should not mean she gets to put the man on child support. I didn't deserve it.
Okay.
You just said I didn't. Wait. Listen.
What are the guidelines for deserving it? What are the guidelines for deserving it, so we can have clarity?
I'll answer that, but let me say this because this is important. She said you weren't paying child support. She didn't say you weren't doing anything for your kid.
I didn't.
Right. So I want you to understand that. I said I fought the child support, not taking care of my son. The point was I didn't deserve to be on it. She put me on it because her boyfriend told her to. Because he didn't want us to communicate.
So you fought it for 2 years.
Damn right.
And you showed up.
What you mean showed up? To court?
To court and stuff. Like you advocated for yourself.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Because at the end of the day, you know what child support does to a lot of men? It makes them look like they're bad fathers.
Absolutely. I agree with that. But what you just said proved the point that we were making earlier to Smitty about the ones that show up and fight and give their side and everything else. Those are the ones that.
But he fought it for 2 years and is paying it now.
Huh?
Yeah.
He fought it for 2 years. He showed up to court and he's still paying child support.
Yeah. And see, that's what I'm saying, right? So my baby mama
he showed up to court. He showed up.
I'm lost on the story now. Go ahead. You showed up to court. You fought it for 2
and
years.
He still pays child support till this day. Till this day.
Yeah.
What's getting lost, Lakia, is that he hasn't answered my question yet. We're not gonna have no clarity without
Which
that.
one is that? What's your question, Driscoll? Because I want to answer her too.
You said you didn't deserve to be on it. What makes you deserve to be on it?
What makes you deserve to be on child support?
Right, because you make that statement, and I don't understand that. Because from my perspective, if you aren't with the mother in the household sharing expenses, that's the purpose of child support, is to make sure your even share is provided. So when you say you weren't supposed to be on it, what is that based on?
Driscoll, you hurt my feelings right now. I know you don't really believe that.
I'm asking. I don't know the grounds for your statement.
Bro, so let me answer your first question. The first question is what makes you deserve to be on child support? What makes you deserve to be on child support is when you was married to a woman and y'all decide to get divorced and you're going to allocate payments to provide for your children because they're going to be staying with that woman and you all can't stand to be around each other, don't want to see each other and all this other stuff. And you're just going to set some things up so that the money can go and you don't have to deal with her.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't see a reason for it.
So in your situation, for clarity, are you saying that you were paying her regularly for the child already, and she lied and said that you weren't?
No, she never said that I wasn't. She never said that. That's the whole point. She put me on child support because her boyfriend wanted. We in the courtroom. I asked her, why are we here? Like, I take care of my son as much as I possibly can with the earnings that I have, right? Why are we here? Because I feel like if I just put you on child support, then we don't have to communicate at all because my boyfriend has a problem with us communicating.
So y'all had to communicate over how she's going to get the money from you and stuff like that prior to that.
My son was a kid, of course. I called her because I didn't have, it wasn't like I always had $4,000 coming in every month.
Right,
so I would call her randomly and be like, hey, listen, what does Jeremiah need right now? Okay, school supplies, got you, cool. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what does he need right now? Hey, what do you need right now? Oh, he got lunch for the month. That's $100, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna send that to you right now. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we communicate, not to mention the fact this is the mother of my son, probably the only son I'm gonna have. I love the woman. I'm not in love with her. I had all respect for her relationship, never flirted with her, never none of that. I used to happy birthday every month, every year. Happy Mother's Day every year. She asked me to stop that. This nigga was insecure. You know what I'm saying? The one time I came at him about how he was raising my son, I'm like, bro, I get it. He in your house, but you are only child. You don't have any kids. I'm telling you, this is my son. I know my son. You're not going to get through to him that way. This is the way to get through. Oh, man, I pay half the bills in here and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, bro, okay, I get all of that, bro. No, you just mad because I got your family. No, I'm actually not mad. You're in a better position than I am. My son likes you. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as my son ain't telling me you doing something to him, it is what it is, man. I'm happy for my baby mom. I'm glad she ain't alone out here. My son get to be in a 2-parent household. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, Driscoll, nobody has to believe that. That's the truth. That's my story. And that's what I'm saying. It be caveats to these stories that we see. We just want to pin everybody in the same box, and it's not. I didn't deserve to be on child support. With my daughter's mom, guess what? I didn't have no job for 12 years. Couldn't find a job. Now, that don't mean for 12 years I didn't have no money. That just means I couldn't find a taxable job for 12 years, right? The minute I left Illinois, my auntie, she were in a government program. She said, listen, you need to get out of Illinois. That's what you need to do. You need to get out of Illinois. Soon as I left Illinois, I landed in Iowa, job after job after job after job, right? But the thing is I called my baby mama, the first job I got, crying on the phone. You ain't gonna believe this. I got a job. What? Yes, I got a job. Bro, I didn't even get my first paycheck before I got a letter in the mail. You on child support. How?
In the interim, who was taking care of this child?
Say that one more time.
And there's several things I would like to address. One being the fact.
Please do.
Okay. The one being the fact of you're not in a household and you're trying to dictate how that man, who you said is the 2-parent household, is running his house.
That don't make you perfect, though.
No. I'm not talking about perfection. I'm just saying, because were y'all married?
No.
So now she's in a household with this person who took over this parental role. Because I'm not saying you're absent. Never once said that. Not saying you're absent, but he's taking on this parental role. He's there every day. He's running his household a certain way. You have to respect that. I'm not saying
especially if you ain't got no dollar coming in there.
So that's the one thing. The second thing, you said 12 years and you left and you went to another state with more opportunity. You gotta do what you gotta do, and you got that job and you call her. But in the interim time, while you were doing all of that, that child still required stuff and was being taken care of. I don't know if this is the same household by the man.
No, it's not.
Okay, so she filed for you or whatever. I don't know the communication lines. I'm not making assumptions. The only thing I'm saying is I feel like if the communication or the child's needs was being met during that entire time frame, there shouldn't have been a need or a purpose for the courts to be involved. But I don't, from what I hear, the way you're conveying it, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I can be, is people go through stuff. We don't all have it all the time, and that's okay. Facts. We all go through stuff. We don't all have it all the time. But one thing guaranteed, that child is living, eating, bathing, growing, and has to be provided for. So by any means, no matter what you're doing, you can't take breaks on support for your child.
Right. You're saying
going to jail is one thing, but to just take a break and be like, yo.
What you're saying is, see, this is what I'm saying. If a mother is on public assistance, is that taking a break? That's a yes or no question.
Say it again.
If a mother is on public assistance, is that taking a break?
Yes, I've already clarified that most of the time when a single mother's on public assistance, there's still a work requirement.
No, it's not, man. Come on, man. It's not a work requirement. Come on, man. Let's be honest, bro. It's not a requirement, or they wouldn't get it. And then it would be absolutely reduced, which is why most of the time they will work for a certain part of the year, and then when it's time for them to have their assessments, they will quit a month or two prior to that because they don't want to count it against them.
You're talking about the people that abuse the system. We understand that exists. Yeah,
I am. What I'm saying is this again: yes or no? If a mother is getting assistance, she ain't working. She's getting assistance from the government. It's paying her bills and feeding her kids and providing for them. Is she taking a break? That's a yes or no. It should be simple.
It's not a yes or no. I'm going to tell you why. Right now, you just said, and only because you put your business out there, you live in Section 8. If your child lived with you right now, I would consider that you providing for them. So that's not the principle. The principle is that the child had needs and it's only coming through one side. That's the only point I'm making.
Right. Now, that's what I'm saying.
For instance, hold on, let me add one more caveat. For instance, let's say you were injured on your job and you had workers' comp for those 2 years and you were given a cut of that. Fine. You know what I mean? We're not dictating it how it happens. That's not really the point that I'm making. Go ahead, Smitty.
All right. And I kind of think I got what you're saying, but say a man had an agreement to pay a certain amount of money without the courts or whatever to a woman to help assist her. Say, I don't know, he had a late fee on a bill or something. And he was like, I'm not going to be able to give you this money, but I got such and such amount of food here. I got so many clothes here. You can drop him off over here. He can stay with me for this week that I'm not paying you money. Do you think that that's fair?
That's not for me to decide. I think it's fair, but I know every situation is different. You got to have a good relationship between parents. You know, every situation don't allow for that though.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. I feel like you're doing your part. That's what I was saying before. If it's like split, one parent gets it, the child 1 week, the next get it the next week. Long as there's contribution, I don't feel like it should just be one-sided ever, no matter if that's the male or the female. But since we're just talking about the men and we already established that, I do think it's fair if the man gets the child the 1 week and provides that full week. I don't feel like at that point
there should be no child support. Yeah, we all agree on that. There should be no child support in that situation.
Then that ultimately goes back, to my beginning point, which is choice in the beginning. I'm a strong ass believer in marriage, but then I also know divorces happen. And can I bring up another scenario, or would I be derailing?
I mean, we already off the rails.
Okay. So
good conversation.
Education, when it comes down, especially in the Black community, when it comes down to education, a lot of Black women are leaving average earners because that man isn't getting a college education and because he makes an average wage. The woman who leaves that man because he makes an average wage, should that man be thrown on child support?
No.
This is where it's hard, bro, because I get where you're going. And I'm going to say this. This is what I wanted to say earlier, to be fair. Perfect example of this would be the Brittany Renner situation, where she made the decision that this guy was who I want to be with, had a baby with him. No, she wouldn't have done that if he ain't had money. But I know that she went in this knowing that if all else fails, I'm going to have this child support to live off of. So I see where it incentivizes garbage like that. So I get where you're coming from with that question.
But you know what, Smitty? I'm going to tell you, and this is why I kind of I ain't going to say I was offended because I'm used to it. Because the way I talk, people feel a certain way about it, right? That's in general. That's usually how it works out until they actually talk to me. I don't like that women take advantage the way that they do, but I don't hate women. I hate the system. And by default, I hate men because men are the ones who implement the system, right? And part of that is because men, and I'm gonna be honest, because I'm usually am, I think Driscoll falls to this category too, where men have this mindset that, well, you know, I was able to accomplish this much, so every man should. It ain't no excuse for no man. But it's like, bro, there's a guy out here named Mark Zuckerberg. He was a billionaire at 23. Neither one of us on this panel is a billionaire. If I hold you to his standard, you're gonna tell me I'm crazy, right? No, everybody can't do that though. That's already known that everybody can't do that, right? But then when you look around at the numbers, it shows that everybody can't do what you do either. Everybody can't take care of 6, 7, 8 kids and a wife.
Then
Most
don't make
people
them,
not
though.
in a position to do that.
I mean, but there's still choice there. Then don't make them.
Bruh,
my argumentation is still like when women leave, just because of the high divorce rates, yo. When they leave and it's not your choice, you still just think like off cuff, like you having to pay child support and her not wanting you in the house no more. Like, get out.
I think that what would be fair is that I have the opportunity to volunteer what I would like to be able to do, or we mediate some kind of agreement. I think that would be what's righteous.
Because here's the thing, though, right? Look at Kevin Federline and all these other guys that get money and alimony and child support from the women they were with, who obviously made more money than them. They looked at as weak. I've sat on panels with men that have eviscerated these guys. Oh man, how you gonna get this money up? It's like money is money. Money does not have a gender on it. That's not how it works. This is what I'm saying. We pick and choose. We cherry pick the rules in the game and how it's supposed to be played. That's not what it's about. You see what I'm saying? If I make $400 a month and I'm giving 100 of that to my kid, I'm giving them 25% of my earnings. And that's pretty much, child support goes up to 30%. But nobody's gonna say, well, shit, he giving you what child support we giving. They're gonna say, man, you need to be making more money.
No, I think that's what it is. I mean, because at the end of the day, that's her fault for mating with a man that made $400 a month.
She had hope.
I just want a nigga to give his fair cut. That's it. If 100 a month is his cut, that's what it is.
Well, if they rent $12,
that's what you allowed to plant in your garden. That's
bro. Listen, when I say this, I'm
like,
talking about myself.
When we talk about child support or whatever, though, it's like, all right, we can talk about the irresponsible men, but you got to talk about the irresponsible women too. I stand with Beans on that, yo.
You made it all about men, though.
Y'all made this a man's issue, bro.
Yes, you made it about men.
It is by
the
number.
very first thing that I brought up before you joined the call was I was saying that bitter women misuse child support. That's what I'm
against men.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I want you to get now
babies by other women.
Wait, Driscoll, right now on the live, I want you to give me permission to react to this video.
Enjoy.
Okay, now when I chop up everything you and the sister said and show that every example y'all used was about men, all I want y'all to do is come in the comments and be like, okay, bro, you right.
It was I just need you to put a disclaimer that it was only made about men based on what Smitty requested.
Right. Are you gonna show that in the clip? Of course
I am. I'm gonna show all. Come on, man. You know me. I'm gonna still do my jokes though. No, I'm gonna still get my jokes in.
Do what you do, bro. I already know how it go. But that was the whole reason.
I'm gonna still get my jokes in.
Be sure to tag me.
Conservative, elitist,
white supremacists. Don't forget that one. Nah, but I mean, I don't know, man. It's a tough conversation. I just do want to be clear on that, though, Beans. I'm not saying that a man should have to live to an unreasonable standard. I think whatever your standard of living is, your child should get a percentage. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I mean, listen, I don't know if I disagree or agree with that, right? Because the one thing I can say is this. Right now, me having my own space, bro. This is only the second time in my life that I have my own space. The first time lasted 3 months. It was right before I moved to Iowa. And like, I feel way more privileged with this space than I ever have with having money, right? I can do more with this. My plan with this is a year from now to add my son to it. He'll be graduating high school. No more than 6 months past that, I should be purchasing my first building, right? So once I do that, that's going to price me out of Section 8 anyway, right? So then I add my son to it. And now my son gets to do his apprenticeship and with the gas company and take his his tour for the iron workers, right? And he get to do all that from his own space because his mama want to move to Atlanta and I don't want him to move to Atlanta and he don't want to move to Atlanta. So I'm like, just think about it, son. 18 years old, you'll be staying with me. By 19, you'll have your own place and you'll be able to live in the suburbs and your bills will be less because you have Section 8. You'll be able to build off of it. Now, once you get to working and your bag gets up, you're going to price yourself out of it. But we'll probably know somebody else that we can hand it down to and allow them to build off of it. That's what it's supposed to be for.
You talking about giving your son your voucher?
Section 8?
Yes.
It don't work like that, bro.
Yes, it does. That's exactly how it works. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Ain't no way.
If you add somebody to your Section 8, you can take yourself off and they become the voucher holder. That's how that works. That's exactly how that works.
So if you're abusing the system because you are doing that with that plan, what's the difference with child support?
How is that abusing the system?
How isn't it?
See, you said, how isn't it? I'm asking you, how is it? You should be able to verbalize how it is. It's okay to say it's not.
Based on your words, you said you are going to hand it down to him, which is not yours to hand anyway. It's the government, but we'll get back to that. You're going to give it to him. Mm-hmm. He'll have his own space at a reduced price based on his training or whatever the case may be.
His income, which is what it's for.
Okay. And then continue to go down the line of.
I think we talking about something that ain't.
Continue to go. Wait. No. Let her finish that. Continue to go down what line?
No, you're right.
Right, exactly. Right.
You wasting time, right? This is never gonna happen.
Why do people find that so hard to say? You know what? Now that I think about it, I was wrong,
bro. That's
people find that so hard?
Not gonna happen, bro. Like, I don't believe it works like that, bro.
That is exactly how it works, bro.
You act like you handing down something you got the deed to. Maybe it's a program.
You a dream with that one,
Driscoll. I know that you are a man of means. So
bro, stop with that. No, hold on.
Wait.
Somebody explain that to you at the Section 8 office?
It's not. Listen what I'm about to say.
Okay.
All I want to do is for you and I to make a nice bet right now that this is how this works. And when we do, all I want you to do is pay me on the live, and I want 25% of your payment to me to come from the good sister right here.
I want to see your son's name on the Section 8 contract.
Bro, this is literally what people do. People do this all the time, bro. Women do this all the time, bro. Once they on Section 8 and they daughters get of age, they add their daughter. They will add their kids to the Section 8 to get more rooms. But what I'm saying is if you the type that you actually like trying to reach a certain level financially, you know you're going to price yourself out of Section 8. There's only so much money you can make before you don't qualify for it anymore, right? So once you reach that plateau, right? But if you have somebody else, if you have an adult child, my brother actually has Section 8, right? He just had to go to jail though. He got caught with a gun, right? So he had to go to jail. He called me, man, come on out here and let me put you on this Section 8, bro. So you will be able to stay here. You'll have your own spot while I'm locked up. I was like, nah, because I'm not going to never be there. I don't want to be responsible for that. I'm not trying to come out to, what's the name? Guess what? It is.
I'm laughing at the comment.
It's not illegal. How is it illegal for you to put a family member on your voucher, but then take yourself off? How is that illegal? Y'all saying this, but y'all won't explain
about handing it down like it's wealth. It's
not wealth. So wait a minute. So let me ask you this. So you think so do you have a problem? Watch this, Smitty. Pay attention. So do you have a problem with scholarships?
I don't get them, so I can't speak on that.
See what I mean?
I'm just saying, I don't get them.
You don't get Section 8 either, but you're speaking on it.
So why can't you pass down food stamps? Why can't you pass down food stamps?
If we're talking about scholarships, I feel like it's academic based or performance based. This is based on your lack thereof. So that's my response to that.
So are scholarships.
No. Performance based or academic based. So you're being rewarded from somebody. This is like a handout because
they give scholarships to people for being poor.
So you want to be rewarded for being poor and pass down the poorness?
Why is it rewarded?
What do you mean?
Why can't it be help?
So you get the help you need and you move along and you teach your children that, not pass it down to them.
That's not how that works.
It isn't. Right? You're absolutely right. It's not how
that is works. Not how that works.
Bro, I think what I'm saying. You want to check up on that before you get too lost in that plan, bro.
Listen, bro. I don't have to because I already know people who've done it. That's what I'm saying. I already know people who've done it. That's what I'm saying. You all are saying it a certain way because you have a certain mindset, but you're not.
It's really verbally. Not my mindset, bro. It's like you qualify based on who you are and your income. How can you just give it to somebody
because their income will meet the qualifications as well? It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. That's the only qualification. We making it seem like, you know what I'm saying? I'm taking somebody that's rich and telling them to get rid of all your money so you can get Section 8. That's not what's happening. We're talking about a 19-year-old that's not going to go to college or get a scholarship or free tuition or be able to live in a dorm and none of that. That's not his plan. His plan is to move right into a building. Hopefully, I hope he follows my plan because I know that he can go into NICOR. He don't necessarily have to check meters all his life. Right, he can go into the gas company, but he can have a plan to be an executive in the gas company and have office days. You know what I'm saying? And not necessarily have to punch a clock, check meters, and be out in the cold. Right, but you got to start from the bottom either way, and then at the same time, get yourself a skill under your belt. By going to, I really want him to do the iron workers because I think that's a simpler one. But if he can't deal with the heights, he probably not going to be able to do the iron worker. But he can go get the carpentry, he can go get the electric work, whichever one. So you'll be able to do this, right? And at the same time, have your own space to do it in. It's no different than being in somebody's college dorm and somebody's paying for it. Why are you all trying to, you know what I'm saying, make it seem like it's something that's so disgusting, right?
I don't think it's disgusting.
Right. So what's the problem with it? Because the point is not for him to stay on it forever. The point is for you to have a situation. There's a guy I seen, he's a super billionaire type guy, right? Black guy. Him and his wife did an interview. And he said, the lady asked him, she said, what do you think about the statement, about people building themselves up, pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps? He said, the problem with that is most people don't have boots. This is a billionaire saying this. He ain't saying, well, you know what? I made it to $1 billion, so everybody else need to make it to $1 billion. Nah, most people don't have their own boots. So maybe if we get these people some boots first, they will be able to pull themselves up. That's the point of it. You see what I'm saying? It's people out here that literally do people that was in the military. They get what they call wake up money, right? People in the military that go and say, you know what? I was in the military, my ear be ringing, my back be hurting, all this other stuff, making up stuff so that they can get 4,000 a month.
I get my wake up money, but I ain't make my stuff up. But I know what you're talking about.
Right, but that's okay though. We don't never talk about that. That's okay for them to get that free money, right?
It ain't free. They served for it.
Right, that's right. Because most of them was standing on the wall protecting America. Come on, Driscoll. You're not talking to no idiot, bro. I mean, because you stirred some pancake mix for a little while and climb some ropes for a little while, don't mean you served your country. I ain't trying to. We're not doing that, bro.
That's an opinionated statement, but I get where
you're
going. I get where you're going. Everybody's
not. That's my point. People they want that wake up money. That handout is cool, right? It's cool for the citizens of America to pay them $4,000 a month because they talking about they got a ring in their ear.
Hold on. Let me, you be going on your money trail. This is why that's not the same, because when you retire from most jobs and careers, you get a pension. That's the same thing. You earned that. That you can't call those
pension ain't disability.
Huh?
A pension is not pretentious disabilities. People be lying, bro, and you and
okay,
I both
well,
know
that's with anything. I mean, you can't use the
okay,
bad
but you ain't.
there.
But this what I'm saying. We not sitting up here spending our time talking about those liars. It's so many.
So it's just a different kind of lie
system, and we're not talking about them. We're not gonna bash them. We're gonna say they serve their country. So let me guess, y'all against reparations too,
bro. Hold on, who are we bashing? The only people we're bashing is people not paying their child support.
Did you hear me say we? And you know I ain't bashing them. That's why I said we. It's not personal. I'm saying we. This is what we do as a people on these panels. This is what we do. We try to make light. We try to make
bringing stuff from other panels here to this conversation. That's
bro, you just did it now.
What,
she was just doing it now, talking about when I said I was gonna hand I was gonna allow my son to benefit from the Section 8, as if I shouldn't.
I didn't bash that. I said it's not gonna happen because it's not possible.
Bash is an overused word. Okay, cool. That's an exaggerated word. I'll take bash.
I don't believe
we make light of. We make light of, or we make fun of. What I'm saying, why are we not making fun of them niggas that's lying about them injuries?
I do.
So you gonna tag me in the show that you did that on?
No, I haven't done it on the show.
Yeah, I know you haven't.
I mean, but I haven't made fun of what you just said on the show either. This is the first time I ever heard that.
This ain't the first time we talked about child support, is it?
No. I'm talking about being able to inherit Section 8.
Oh, yeah. This is the first time we talked about that.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, because it's not because all you do, bro, you can literally right now, I could add you to my Section 8. Period. Now, the only thing that's gonna matter is if you have an income. Now, your income is going to count towards my Section 8. But if I add you to my Section 8 and then I take myself off, that now becomes your Section 8. That's how that works.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yes, that's how that works. So that's what I'm saying. If once I buy my building, it's over with. Right? So I wouldn't be able to stay on the Section 8 if I wanted to.
And you're telling me there's no qualifications? Like you can add any grown adult to your Section 8 just willy-nilly.
Yes, you can add anybody to your Section 8. They want the person to be on there anyway. You finna have them living there. That's the whole point. They would prefer that they be on there if you finna have them living there. You see what I'm saying? So that it's a record of them living there.
That explains the waiting list, yo.
Huh?
I said that explains the waiting list.
Yeah, the waiting list be long. Yeah, because people don't tend to come up off of it.
Yeah, you just pass.
That's what I'm saying. But that's different from, you know what I'm saying? But here's the thing about that. Another thing they don't talk about this is that most people who get those benefits are white women. Not black women, not black people, white women. And then next in line is old white people. Right? So those are the people who literally get most of the Section 8 and all of that type of stuff around the country is older white people and white women, right? Because they're the majority of the population. So they get the most of that. And that's what I'm saying. It's okay for us. My question to you all was, do you all have a problem with reparations? Do you not believe in reparations? And if you say yes, right, then it should be okay, right, for black people, especially those who tend to struggle. We're not asking anybody that's making a good amount of money to give it up to go sit and do nothing. That's not the case, bro. I was working part-time, 20 hours. You know why? Because I am broken. But we don't want to deal with that, right? Everybody it is what it is. This is what they say. If you can acknowledge that you're broken, then you can be fixed, right? But we don't tell that to people.
When you say broken, you mean mental health.
Yes.
That's a disability, ain't it?
Yeah, but we don't like to think of it that way. Because when you think of it that way, people treat you a certain way. They think that mental health has something to do with your intellect, and it doesn't. Has zero to do with your intellect, your capacity to understand or formulate thoughts and sentences. It has nothing to do with that, right? But it does mean you're triggered a lot. It does mean you're probably angry a lot. It does mean you have a tendency to go off. It does mean you're more emotional as a man than you should be a lot, right? These are things that will impede you from being able to hold down jobs for a long period of time. I just had a job for 9 months. That's the longest job I ever had in my life. And I believe 2 reasons I was able to hold that job down that long. The main one was because it was only part-time. But the other one was because I had a supervisor who understood exactly what I was going through. Once he knew what I was dealing with, he didn't respond to me the way my other supervisors did. It wasn't like I was just in that nilly-nilly going off, but I'm just not the type of person you get to talk crazy to, right? You don't micromanage me. Don't raise your voice at me. I'm not your child, right? Which is what tends to happen in these positions when you're a bigger black man. They want you to feel like, oh no, you ain't big as you think you is, Mr. Big Man. I had this one supervisor tell me, I see you got the big shoulders. I hope that ain't gonna be a problem. Nigga, this day one. So why are you looking at my shoulders?
I got a question for you. Like,
on day
especially
one.
because you brought up reparations. Wouldn't assistance be a form of reparations?
Yes.
Okay.
To me, yes. Not everybody needs the same thing. The good sister on the bottom here just said herself. She has multiple children, same man, married, and all of that. Her reparations wouldn't necessarily be assistance from the government. It might be a one-time check, right? That she get $127,000. Because we did the math on my show. The actual number for reparations, given interest, time, and all of that different stuff, is not even a real number. When you do it in the calculator, it just start adding letters to it because it's not a real number. They will never be able to give us that much money, right? But I might not need cash. I might need some medical treatment. Yo, my heart is bad. I need a new heart, right? That's my reparation. This person might need college. That's their reparation. Another person might need food. Hey, listen, for the next 10 years, we're going to take care of you on the food side of the game. We're going to give you this amount of money and food stamps so that you can feed yourself and your family. That's your rep. Like, everybody don't need the same thing. For me, I definitely see it that way. I'm a product of my environment, right? And my environment was very, very, very hard on me. It just was. You see what I'm saying? And not everybody responds to the environment the same way. But you know what they don't do, Driscoll? When a flower isn't blooming in an environment, they don't change the flower. They change the environment. And we have to have the same mindset when we're talking about people. It's just that we want people to conform to society the way that it works. And those that it really work for, then, well, everybody else, it must be something wrong with you because you haven't been able to succeed in a society that is very broken.
Changing the flower would be changing the person, though. Nobody's talking about changing the flower. We're talking about changing the environment. I think a father providing financially for his child would change their environment.
The main reason that I am kind of against child support is because, like, I'm one of them people, and I'm not conservative, but I'm generally like against welfare in general because I think it strips people of responsibility. Now, is it good for certain people? Like, yeah, but because of how big it is, there's so many unchecked balances to where motherfuckers are getting food stamps that don't need them. And it's going back to the 1960s when our system got broken, as you know, you brought up Driscoll, like even child support, you kind of like, you didn't say it like as a ground zero for the down plan of black men or whatever. But I mean, black women throwing their men out of the house or whatever. It's like the reason I would want it abolished is maybe it would cause an issue in the beginning, but it would also cause a change better on down the road.
Yeah, you see that overseas. There's way more cooperation in relation to relationships and marriages and family, because they don't have a lot of the programs that we have here in America to take care of people. Listen, my mama used to always talk crazy about people that was on welfare because she never was, right? Soon as she had me, she stepped out into the world. That's what it was. And she always worked and she always had the bag. She still do to this day, right? Credit and money. But at the same time, she has two sons that have technically disabilities. My little brother was thrown from a vehicle. He had to relearn how to walk and talk. That took years. You know what I'm saying? So he gets disability. The difference between mental health is that they just don't view it that way. Most people don't even understand it. They don't know that it's a difference between the brain and the mind. They don't view the brain as a muscle. They don't understand that when trauma happens to the brain, it affects how it operates, how the neurons fire, and all these different things.
You're saying they don't give disability? They don't give disability checks for mental health?
They do, but it's like a lot of the stuff is so hard to prove if it's not diagnosed very early. You're probably never going to get anything. Right now, if you're a kid, yeah, they ready to throw you on some drugs. All you got to do is take your kid in. I think my kid ADHD. What? Son, look up, look left. Yeah, he ADHD. Here, put him on these pills, and he go this little check every month. You know what I'm saying? But as an adult, because I grew up in a very religious household, so even though a lot of this stuff was going on me when I was little, young, cutting on my wrists and shit, right, making myself bleed and all of that. Everybody just said it was the devil, right? They didn't look into it to say something is going on with this boy, right? And then from there, shot, car accident, cars flipping over, jail, right? The being caged in cells and stuff, that has an effect on your mind. Not everybody goes to jail and has a great time, right? A lot of people go to jail and it destroys them mentally. It makes them crazy. And so that's what I'm saying. We have a lot of men out here. And right now I'm just talking about black. We have a lot of men out here that are walking around with undiagnosed trauma, bro. Undiagnosed depression, undiagnosed anxiety. And we want to pretend like it's not, right? If you see somebody having an asthma attack, everybody knows what that is. They're having trouble breathing. Nobody runs to them and say, hey man, breathe right. Right? They trying to figure out, do I need to get him a bag? Do I need to pat him on the back? What do you need me to do? Because they understand it, but we don't understand mental health. We don't understand that part of it. So we just look at people. They got 2 arms, 2 legs. They must be all right. Go get a job. That's going to fix everything. But it's just not the case. The reason why I have the plan in place that I have right now is because I understand I need to be in control of my finances, because I need the time and space to be able to focus on my mental health. Sometimes I go days without bathing, bro. And since I've been on YouTube, I've met so many other men. I'm talking about guys that got the bag, bro. And they going through the same thing that I'm going through. You know what I'm saying? But they doing coding. You know what I'm saying? They doing cybersecurity. They doing different things that puts them in control of their finances, where they're not necessarily punching the clock, getting up, going to nobody's job, or being micromanaged.
You made a case against yourself with that, though.
Say that one more time. Just
you made a case against yourself with that, though. Because that means that if they're going through the same thing that you are, and they're still able to provide, that means you could too.
Right. See, now you see what you just did? You said if somebody else can do something, that means you can too. So can I use that against you and say you're not doing enough?
You just did. You used that as part of your argument.
No, I didn't. Because the provision does not have to be equal. There's no equity in there.
I never said it had to be equal. I just said it needs to be a percentage of what you got. But to say I'm just not going to do nothing because of how I feel is not the decision they made.
It's not about not doing nothing, Driscoll. Again, what I said to you earlier, being poor is not a woman's privilege, bro. Some people don't have money. That does happen. Have you ever been outside? Jill, what's going on, sweetie? Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming through. That happens, bro. And nobody can never really dictate how long that's gonna last. Right?
I think being poor though is easier to relate to, because I think most people start that way. That's the starting point for almost everybody. So that's easier to relate to than having exceptional wealth. Like, exceptional people do exceptional things.
But average people hold on, Smitty, this the caveat. What Driscoll is thinking about is the working class poor. I'm talking about if you all, I don't know if you all trust the website, right? There's a website that Kevin Samuels used to use a lot called Black Demographics, right? According to Black Demographics, 40% of Black people have no income. That's men and women.
I don't know. I got to see that.
I thought that was 40% of people were in the middle class.
No, 40% of Black women, 40% of Black men don't even have an income, right? 30-something% of Black women who work full-time, and it's like 20-something% work part-time. And the number is almost similar. I think it's like more like 40-something% of Black men work full-time, and then a smaller percent work part-time. But again, this is one of those websites. It's all about whether or not you trust the source, right? No income. Now, what you do have to consider.
Yeah, what's the name of the website? It's called what?
Black Demographics. If you just Google Black Demographics, it'll come up. But Driscoll, this is what you got to understand. I don't want to put that out there, right, without context. There are a percentage of Black women who are stay-at-home wives. So they count inside of that 40% that don't have an income, right? Okay. But we also know the percentage of Black women that are married at any particular time, which I believe the last time I checked was like 29, right? So still, they don't even make up, you know what I'm saying, they probably make up somewhere in between 30 and 40% of that number.
Well, and not to mention the amount of people out here that got income that they don't report.
You talking about like YouTube?
I mean, strippers.
Oh, well, like doing hair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Doing hair. Yeah.
Doing hair.
Gig work, stuff like that.
Yeah. Then you got people that be doing the babysitting checks. It's all kind of stuff that they get that can go unreported. But that's what I'm saying, though. They don't have taxable income. They're not in the workforce per se. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
According to this website, 40% of black men, 40% of black women. So that's what I'm saying. When I'm talking about poor, I'm talking about people who go through long-term periods of unemployment. On a lot of jobs, when you apply, they have you do this work tax credit thing for their company, right? And it'll ask you, have you been unemployed consistently for 12 months? Why would they ask that question if it wasn't happening to people? And they don't say, have you been unemployed for 12 months or longer as a woman? They just ask if you've been employed. My thing is that it happens. I can't tell you what reason that it happens for everybody. I'm just telling you that it happens. And it don't just happen to women. It happens to men as well. That's why most homeless people, 70% of them are men. Most self-deleters are men, 70%. There's a reason for that. And that's because we don't want to have any compassion for men. If I punch a man in the mouth, he gonna bleed the same way if I punch a woman in the mouth. We all have brains, eyes, hearts, right? We get it on a spiritual level and with our personal beliefs that we are supposed to operate a certain way. But at the end of the day, we don't live in heaven. We live in earth. There's no man, and it's not always dictated by our beliefs.
There's no reason for the majority of adult human beings to not have a job for a year. That's my choice. Like you said earlier, a lot of times they don't want the type of jobs available.
That's true. I concede to that. That's true. That's true. I concede to that. Yeah, because what happens is, though, here's another thing, Driscoll, and again, you haven't been through this, so you haven't had to go through the thought process, right? Everything is the thought process. When you looking at it, especially like for me right now at my age, bro, my time means more.
Are you saying I haven't been jobless?
No. I'm not saying you haven't been jobless. I'm saying according to you, right? You haven't had to be unemployed for long periods of time, right?
Actually, I have, but I got unemployment.
What was the longest you was ever unemployed?
Well, shoot, 2020, I was unemployed for a minute.
But that was for the pandemic.
Right. Aside from that, I want to say 6 months.
Okay, 6 months. Well, you know what? 6 months.
That's
6 months is not a long time, but it's a long time when you're used to working and have a certain amount of income, and you got to try to survive on half of that or something crazy like that, 40%. So that's kudos to you. You know what I'm saying? For making it through that. But here's the thing that I want you to understand, right? When you in this process, bro, and you've been dealing with it for so long, especially like for me right now, I'm 45, bro. At my age, my time means a lot. I just lost my best friend a couple of Tuesdays ago, right?
Before you get into that, because that's a touchy subject and you about to get into something meaty, I do want to add the caveat, though. I will say, if I wasn't getting that unemployment, it wouldn't have been 6 months.
True. Yeah. See, that's why that's yeah, exactly. I'm glad you said it, because that's what I was trying to imply when I said that you didn't go through it, right? Because mentally you're not going to go through that process. You ain't been through that process. You ain't sitting around for no long period of time not having no income, bro. You bred differently. You're one of the guys that we will hold up and say, man, look, hey, shorties, this is what y'all need to be trying to attain right here. Keep your hair long, you know what I'm saying? Keep your game tight, your brain straight. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm serious about the hair, bro. I'm dead serious about that. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, man. I believe it's strength in long hair. But
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If based off what y'all just was talking about and him saying, like, if he didn't have the unemployment, it wouldn't have been 6 months.
Mm-hmm. That's Jesus.
Did she go away?
That's Jesus right there.
Can you hear me? You said so smart.
And I want to say thank you, Lord, for all you've done for me.
You said something smart, right?
I did. Go ahead, sis.
No, what I was gonna say was, if that's the case, and you saying this is somebody you will uplift or whatever the case may be, don't you think that you get comfortable in the circumstances because what you're provided?
Yes, that was the point I was making.
Yeah, so that's my point. Do you think that like passing down the Section 8 or whatever the case and everything else, you don't think people get comfortable in the fact that and don't pursue more or attempt to do more because they're comfortable where they are? Is my question.
I think most do. I think what you're saying is accurate for most people. Yes.
So, that's why I don't like government assistance, because I feel as though it stops us from doing what we otherwise would do without it.
Even like in 2020, I think it was a couple places that was open, but a lot of people was like they was hiring and begging people to work, and nobody was trying to give it up because they got $600 a week coming in.
Yeah, right. If you got shelter and
food, regular unemployment.
Right. If you got shelter and food, like just coming in, like your means to be like, yo, I gotta go get this bag is relatively low. Now, when you going 3 days without eating, you like, I'm about to go get this. And you're like, I don't care how much this job is paying. They could be paying $450. You still going in that mud.
I'm gonna go cook Chinese food.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I won't argue against the position that it affects the majority of people in that way. Again, I believe part of that is because of the people who actually get the most of the benefits are white women and older white people. So I think it's okay for them to live like that. The older black people I know, yeah, they maintained it. They did what they had to do to maintain that. But the younger black people that I know, bro, I'm not even gonna front, bro. They get look, I don't care if it was 3, 5, 7, or 10 years, bro. They got to it, period. They got to it. At some point, they got to it. It wasn't enough. They needed more. The one chick I know who maintained her status the same, she still get to it. She do hair. And so it's like one of those things where it's cash payment, you know what I'm saying? So she get to keep, the low income housing and the food stamps. But at the same time, when her kids got grown and moved out, she took them off. She ain't try to keep them on and keep the same amount of money coming in, right? So now it's just her and her youngest son. They the only ones that's on the food stamps. She got the low income housing still, but she always did hair. She always worked. She always did hair, always, right? So she always had cash coming in. She always worked. And I'm not mad at her for that, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Everybody cannot accomplish the same things. Everybody can't do the same thing. Everybody can't fit their square self in a round hole. It just can't, man. Some people, man, listen, if you, and I really stress this out with military guys, which I will be honest, after I have a real conversation with military guys, they tend to rock with me because they don't understand where I'm coming from. As a person that was in the military, I know guys that went to the military, bro, saw all kind of battles, came home, married, kids, jobs, doing their thing, bro. But they had homies that saw the same fights they saw, and it didn't work out so well for them. They came back, they couldn't function, couldn't maintain a healthy relationship, couldn't maintain employment, had things going on with their mind, bro. Now, when we think of PTSD, we immediately think of people in the military, but that's not how that works. You know how many young black kids have seen more action than men in the militaries, have seen more death than men in the military? You don't think it's affecting their minds the same way? You don't think that they walking around with this same trauma?
I don't see where that means. I don't see where that should mean they don't gotta pay.
I think that's a strong reason why a lot of these panels and things of that nature exist, so we can see people working things out with words instead of action like that. I think that's representation. That's representative of bad culture.
Yeah. Well, my point is that I don't see where any of that means they shouldn't have to take care of their child financially.
Yeah. Well,
it's not about, so it's I think, see, words matter, right? When you say they shouldn't have to, right? What I'm saying is this, bro. If you can't, you can't.
I don't believe there's enough people that can't to where we can justify that. I think when we say stuff like that,
Drizzy,
we're gonna allow everybody that don't want to just say I can't. Then
no, but that's my point. We allowing everybody that go and say they got some goofy earring, some ringing in their ear to get money out the government, and call it wake up money.
That's not true. There is a process to proving that.
I ain't saying it's not, but that's my point. It's a process for this too. That's my point. It's not about everybody. No, it's not. What I'm saying is we have to be considerate of the ones that it applied to.
You said there's a process for this. What is that?
What I'm saying is that yes, there is, bro. It's a process. My little cousin was on child support. His child support, he had ended up going to jail. His child support was ringing. It took him, his mama, and the baby mama months for them to reduce the child support down to $5. Like, he locked up. He can't pay it right now. He was paying it when he was out and he was working, right? Okay, we're saying he locked up right now. When he get out, he'll be back to work. He'll be back paying it. Don't let it pile up on him right now while he locked up. It took them months to get them to just reduce the child support to $5, right? While he locked up. He got out. He been working ever since, paying his child support. It's like, bro, and that's what I'm saying. That's just an example. Life happens to people. All I want to say is this. None of us on this panel right now are millionaires. Why not? It's a lot of millionaires out here. Why y'all not millionaires?
I'm a millionaire.
That has nothing to do with the point, bro. Nothing.
So you're saying your net worth right now is $1 million. I try not to call people liars, so I'm just gonna take their word for it. I'm not gonna gaslight you, right?
I'm joking.
Okay, cool, right. Whatever you are.
But joking.
At the end of the day, that's my point. We want to hold people to the standard that we believe we are. But what about when somebody come and hold you to the standard that they are? You're gonna have your own. Wait, Driscoll.
No, because you're on a monologue that has nothing to do with our point.
Yes, it
Nobody
does.
is holding anybody to a millionaire standard, bro.
No,
I hear the fact that people have to be certain people have to be dealt with in a nuanced way, but that's not generally how we're going to deal with everybody.
What I'm saying is this, bro. If those people right now, if the millionaires of the world came to you right now and tried to hold you accountable to not being a millionaire, you're gonna have your reasons. Right? But when somebody else isn't meeting the standard that you think they should meet and they tell you why, you call them excuses.
I just feel like everybody should be responsible.
Well, if a millionaire walked up to me and was like, "Why aren't you a millionaire?" I'm like, "Because I procrastinate a lot. I had a lot of good ideas go through my head."
I just feel like everybody should have
procrastination is an excuse, Smitty.
Okay. I thought that's what I'm saying. That was me being honest.
Right.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
That's not an excuse. That's accountability.
Thank you, Smitty. Right.
It's an excuse is saying because I got a mental health problem. An excuse is saying because I had a mental health problem.
No, it's not. See, that's what I'm saying. So you're telling me procrastination is more of accountability than mental health?
Yeah, are you gonna let me tell you why? The reason why is because he's acknowledging that it's not acceptable. Saying I procrastinated means I did it to myself, not I couldn't do it.
That is not what he did. And I don't take kindly to you adding that extra on to what he just said, Driscoll. You don't get to do that because you look like Jesus, bro.
I just feel like there should be accountability no matter what.
Because you look like Black Jesus from all the pain.
No, that's what saying I procrastinated is saying. When you say, why are you not a millionaire? An excuse would be because my mama ain't give me $1 million to start with. That's the excuse.
Man,
I procrastinated puts it in my hands.
Bro, I guarantee you if I got a millionaire friend right now, I'm gonna see if I can get in touch with him. And I'm gonna see if I say, bro, if you ask me why I'm not a millionaire, and I say it's because I procrastinated, is he gonna say that's me being accountable, or is he gonna say that's an excuse?
Yeah, ask him. I would like to hear that.
I want to hear the answer to that as well.
I my phone. That
I really said that to hold myself accountable. Like,
no, Smitty, I agree with you.
People lack accountability.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Because what would have been an accountable answer then?
No, Driscoll, I agree, but that's not the point. What I'm saying is that the same way how we are going to look at somebody when they don't meet our standard and say whatever answer they give us is an excuse, that's the same way a millionaire would do you all. They would say,
I don't think that is whatever answer is an excuse. I just feel like the people that are not taking accountability and providing are making excuses for their circumstances, especially when people are still providing throughout their life with the challenges that they have.
Okay, so wait a minute. So Driscoll, let me ask you this.
Saying that everything I don't have in life is a result of me not working as hard as the people who do have it is being accountable.
But that's not what we're saying. What we're saying right now is that you saying you had 6 months of unemployment, right? But you said you was getting unemployment. But you said if you hadn't have been getting the unemployment, it wouldn't have lasted 6 months.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Can you be realistic for me so we can have a genuine conversation right now?
Okay.
What is the longest length you think that unemployment would have lasted if you didn't get unemployment? How long would it have lasted if you weren't getting unemployment?
How long would what have lasted?
How long would you have been unemployed?
No more than a month.
Okay, so for that month that you couldn't provide, you a bum deadbeat. You're trash.
I mean, some people might feel that way because ultimately,
but that's not
logical. I shouldn't have been in that situation. I should have made preparation ahead of time.
Well, I'm glad you said they would feel that way because people's feelings ain't worth a damn. Because that's not logical. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying that people get to make excuses. My point is that whatever your situation is not an excuse. If you don't have it, you don't have it. My girlfriend can't make babies anymore. I want a baby right now. Is she making an excuse by saying she can't make a baby? That's her situation.
That's not the thing. Because she literally can't. I could have had a job.
No. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is that if you don't have it, though, is what I'm saying. If you don't have it to give,
that's rarely the case, bro. There's rarely the case that people don't have it and they can't have it. Usually, if people don't have it, it's because they're not doing something to get it. Usually,
I don't think that's true.
It is. If she cannot have kids physically, she cannot. But if you if you could not work, you could not. But just because you aren't doesn't mean that you can't.
Exactly.
Right. But see, this is what I'm saying. Don't mix the words up. I'm saying don't have it, and I'm saying that specifically. Don't have it. If
I don't think that exists for most people.
Okay, but it does. That's what I'm saying, bro. Listen, there are a lot of people out here who got rent, light, gas, maybe the internet for their crib and food, and that's it. That's as much as they can cover. Hey, they can't get their kids the mics. They can't get their kids the True Religion or whatever. They can't get the PS5. They can't do it,
bro. True Religion ain't a need.
But listen to what I'm saying, bro. If those people exist that can't buy that, there's another subset of people that exist that can't do this. And then there's another subset of people that can't do this. Right?
The question that comes with that then is, what are you doing with the same 24 hours that I get in the day?
Working. This is what I'm saying. We're talking about people that's working.
We're moving the goalposts again then. Because the whole point of the discussion was why you can't pay child support, because I don't have it.
Right. If you don't have it, that's what I'm saying.
If you're working, you have it. If you're working, you have it.
Right. That's why I said right now what we're talking about is people that working. But at first, we were talking about people that's why I said if you don't have, even then, if you have child support, bro, when I first got put on child support with my son, they were asking me for 72% of my income. They didn't ask me how much I made. None of that. I just got a letter in the mail one day like, hey, by the way, you on child support. Oh, and also, by the way, you've been on for 6 months and you ain't been paying. So, oh, by the way, you owe us this, and this is how much it is. And that's why I'm more to
that story. There's more to that story.
So now I got to be a liar.
No, I'm not saying you a liar. I'm saying there's more to the story.
There is no more to the story.
There's no way you just got a letter with no court, no opportunity for court or anything, bro. You either you didn't get it sent to you, it went to the wrong address, but there was something missing in that. There's no way
it was something missing, bro. From the day when a woman files child support, you're on child support. You start owing.
That's not true.
Okay, so have you ever been on child support?
No.
Then why are you arguing with somebody that's living it?
That's because I know that that's not true. I know people who have been.
Bro, there are people who pay child support for kids that's not theirs.
There would have to be an establishment of paternity. That means you either didn't show up for that to prove that you are.
There is no establishment for paternity. Driscoll, what are you talking about?
Bro, come on, bro.
That's crazy, Driscoll. I gotta be a liar because your logic.
No, maybe you just not informed on what took place.
I went through it.
There's no way there was no DNA tests involved.
Driscoll, I went through it twice. 2 different states. There was no DNA test. I didn't need a DNA test. I signed the birth certificates.
Oh, but that's why you paying child support. What? Why
That's
is that
not the point. The Driscoll knew. You see what you just did? I told you the story was I got a letter in the mail one day saying, yo, by the way, you're on child support. By the way, you've been on for 6 months.
That you admitted to paternity. That's what signing
But that's not the point, Driscoll. Listen to what I'm saying. I got a letter in the mail one day that said, by the way, you're on child support. By the way, you've been on for 6 months, so you already owe money. By the way, we want this much money, which was 72% of my income. They never even asked me how much I made. They didn't consider it at all. They just put a number on there and sent me the letter. How is that fair?
That's not fair if that took place, but I think there's more to that.
Bro, why does it have to be more to that? Why don't you believe the black
you would be the only person that I've ever met that's went through that.
That makes it not true.
You're
the only black man I know. Driscoll, you're the only black man I know that has 8 kids by the same woman and providing for them. Does that mean you're the only one? Does that make your story false?
What?
You're the only black man I know that provides for all 8 of his kids. Does that make your story false?
So you know other black men with 8 kids?
No, that's what I'm asking you. Does that make your story false?
That's not the same kind of caveat.
Driscoll, listen to what I'm saying.
I know other black men who are in the child support system and it didn't go the way you're saying.
So it makes my story false. So because I don't know any other black men that provide for all 8 of their kids, that makes your story false, right?
If you knew other black men with 8 kids.
No, the point is I don't know any. Just like you saying you don't know any that have my story, right? So I'm saying since I don't know any other black men that provide for 8 kids, that makes your story false,
bro. I think
it's okay to just say no.
I think this is theirs.
So there's a comment that says
because you think it and your wife thinks it, then that makes it right.
No, it's just my hunch. I'm not saying it's right. I just think that's probably what happened. And maybe you didn't know about court. Maybe they sent it to the wrong address, but I think that's probably what happened.
Even if that was the case, what difference does that make? How do you get to just install child support?
I mean, but that's not just child support. If somebody summons you to court for anything and you don't show up, that's an automatic L.
Well, it says right here under U.S. Department of Health and Human Services regulations, all states must offer unwed parents an opportunity to establish paternity.
Absolutely.
So why don't they?
Because you signed the birth certificate.
That still does not mean that I'm the kid's father.
That's you acknowledging that, though. That is, am I the only one that knows that as well?
There's a statistic coming out of Jamaica that they said 70% of paternity tests are determined not to be the actual father that took the test.
I believe that. I believe
so signing a piece of paper is not establishing.
Not sign birth certificates before we take the test.
Okay, but Driscoll, what I'm saying is I never deny my kids, but I am saying that signing the birth certificate is not establishing paternity.
It absolutely is.
It is in the state's eyes. That's establishment of paternity.
So are we looking at things from the state eyes or our own eyes right now?
Yes, because child support is a state system. We can't debate a state system from our eyes. We have to debate it by the facts of how it exists. I'm not saying that that's righteous.
You literally are asking the question about what we think about child support. So I'm saying that's not actually establishing paternity. There's only one way to establish paternity. That's
right.
Blood test.
So are you suggesting that everybody
you forgot that, bro? When you decided to sign that, you could have.
Right. I'm not saying I ever denied that they were my kids.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, but that's not the point. That I'm saying literally the literal version of establishing
a legal document saying I acknowledge these are mine. That's what I'm saying.
So let me I have an idea of what you wanted to happen outside of that. Like, did you want to get a court date set up in order for you to talk about like arranging like days where you would have the kids, or did you just not want the system involved at all?
Of course I didn't want the system involved. I don't want nobody dictating how I get to parent. But that's not the point. What I'm saying is this. Even if he says that, yo, they sent the letter to the wrong place. Well, how the fuck did it end up in the right place? How did
you think just altogether it's just against men in general, like with because of your circumstances and everything?
I want you to answer this question. If they were sending the original letters to the wrong place, how did I get the one 6 months later?
I have no idea.
That's a great question. I can't answer that.
But you still won't take my word for it. What happened? And that's what
because
I'm saying.
I don't believe that happens that way, bro. I like I said, I have.
What does that mean? You talking to another black man and you telling him you won't believe him?
I believe that you could be misinformed. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that you're intentionally lying about what took place. Maybe you just didn't know that there was a court date, but I don't believe they just sent you a bill.
Okay. So again, if you don't believe that, why is it that you're not saying that you don't believe them then when you're saying that they probably sent it to the wrong place? You made an excuse for them, or they probably sent it to the wrong place. Well, how did they figure it out in month 6? If they didn't know in month 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, how did they figure it out in month 6?
I get what he's saying by that. It's
they're not gonna answer that, because if they do, they have to go against the white man.
Maybe you got it and overlooked it. Maybe it came. Maybe someone else in the house threw it out. I don't know,
bro. Nobody overlooks the child support letter in the beginning. You know why? Because it's certified mail. That's a fact. That is a fact. So this is what I'm saying. You see how Smitty? Do you see how he keep trying to put the onus on me?
Certified mail is one method. Every child support letter doesn't come certified mail.
Yeah, that paternity mail comes certified. Yes, it does.
Well, you don't need paternity mail. You said you the father,
right? But that's what I'm talking about. The child support, what I call child extortion, that
court summons.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I've gotten court summons in my mailbox, regular mail before.
Yes, but I'm saying when they first send you the child support thing, it came certified mail, bro. Both times that I got put on child support, it came certified mail.
I'm not arguing with that.
But this is what I'm saying. Month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5. How did you get that wrong? But somehow you found me in month 6.
So what ended up happening? You paid that back bill?
Hell no. I'm still fighting that now. I got the reduction I was looking for, and I'm still fighting that now. Here's the irony about it.
Sorry.
Watch this, Smitty. Pay attention to this. So a few months after the court case started, my baby mama realized she was wrong. She came to court and she said, look, I shouldn't have put him on child support. I want to take him off child support. We good. We made our own arrangements. The judge said, no, I'm not going to do it. And I'm not going to give you the reduction. You need to make some payments before I even consider making a reduction. The state was like, well, Your Honor, we have his check stubs here. We see how much he make. This is asking a little bit too much of what he make. Is more than 70%. She was like, yeah, but I want him to make some payments. Here's the worst part. Here's something else Driscoll ain't going to believe, Smitty.
Yeah.
Right before they called my case, watch this. Right before they called my case, they had called another case. Me and the other dude, both of our cases started in October of 2019. I'm sorry, of 2018, right? Both of our cases started at the same time. So we both were 6 months behind. His baby mama said, we cool, we working it out, we doing our own thing. The judge said, nobody's forcing you to make that decision. She said, no, we doing this on our own. She said, okay, the court bailiff will give you the paperwork that you need to have the case dismissed. When I went up, my baby mama basically said the same thing. She said no.
What was the difference?
Grounds? And you said the reason that she said no was because she wanted you to make payments?
No, the reason why she said she wasn't going to give me the reduction I was asking for was because she wanted me to make payments. When my baby mama asked for the thing to be thrown out, she said no. She said what you could do is put the money in a college fund if you want to, but I'm not dismissing this case.
It said maybe you became visible in month 6 and just signed a W-2 and they found you that way.
It's all kind of maybes, bro. Nobody can ever really know what happened.
Oh, you know what? Now I'm gonna tell you something. That's not too far-fetched. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not too far-fetched. The only reason why I would disagree with that, because I was in the same place for a whole year before the case even started. I was already in Kentucky. So that was the whole point. I had already established myself in Kentucky. I established myself in Kentucky in 2016. So it wasn't, that's why I said that made sense, but I was already there. I had already went through 3-4 jobs. You know what I'm saying? So it couldn't have been that either. But here's the thing though, right? This was another reason why I told the judge, I'm like, Your Honor, I just came for the reduction. I ain't here to argue for nothing else. Okay, you said you ain't gonna dismiss the case. I just need the reduction. This is asking a lot of my money. I don't live here. This case is in Chicago. I don't want to have to keep traveling back and forth from Kentucky to Chicago. Well, I need you to make a few payments before I will even consider. Okay, I ain't coming back no more. I ain't sending y'all shit. And the only reason why I made a payment in the end was because a year and a half later, Kentucky sent me a letter saying, look, bro, Illinois is on some BS. They're going to make us suspend your license. And I was a truck driver. All my jobs was driving. So I can't let you take my license. This is the only way I make money. This is the only way I'm eating. So now I get in touch, and my mom was like, look, bro, just go ahead and get an attorney. Fuck it. I didn't want to get an attorney. Didn't think I needed one. But I went on ahead and got one. So he went through a whole, but this, I'll be honest with you though, Smitty, the difference between my case and a lot of other brothers' case is the state was always on my side, always, from day one. When I got there and I tried to get my reduction, the state was like, we don't have a problem with deduction. We sign off on the reduction. Everything. When my baby mama signed the affidavit saying that she wanted the back child support to be forgiven and dismissed, the state signed away on that. It's been the judge every step of the way saying no. How is this fair? How is it right?
I don't think that it's fair or right. I think you just was in an unfortunate circumstance and you got screwed over from what you're saying. That's just what it sounds like. Because
here's the thing, and I'm glad you said that, but this is my point. Not every case has been like mine. I know some cases that was way worse than mine. I know some brothers that was on child support and was paying for 2 years and still didn't get visitation for their kids.
The two have nothing to do with each other.
Bro, how you gonna make me pay for my kids, but I can't see them?
You file for custody. Most people have that misconception. Custody and child support are two different parts of the court.
Why am I fighting for custody of kids that you've told me are mine and making me pay for?
I agree with you on that. I don't think that's right. I do agree with you there. I will consent to that. I think when you get assigned a child support case, it should go along with the custody agreement. I'm with you there. That's not fair.
I actually disagree on that, though.
I'm saying a custody agreement. Now, what the agreement is
should
be determined at that time.
Okay.
You know, if there's reasons where he shouldn't get to see the kids for something extreme, that should be determined by the judge. Then I think whatever it should be, though, they should be tied. I don't like that. That I can pay for a kid that I don't got no rights to yet.
I think that's like a money thing too, because they make you file it separate too.
Yeah.
All of it is about money. And that's why Driscoll, I said earlier, I was like, bro, you really disappointed me if you think that this system has anything to do with the kids. It's all about money, the whole thing, bro. You know what I found out that I didn't know? And when I first heard it, I didn't believe it. And I damn near was in tears. The judges make money off of the child support cases that they oversee. And this is the reason why my judge wasn't going to let my case go. Not to mention that the money that she made off me and the other people that she was overseeing, she was able to use that money for her campaign to run again. I think that was 2020 or 2021, one of them.
If you could prove that, we could do another show about that.
Watch the movie The Independent. Just came out.
But I wouldn't put it. I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe it, because I do think I said earlier, I don't know if you was on here, that I think that the introduction of child support was malicious with this intent to help aid women to get out of the home. So I do see the parallel there.
The thing now, I want you to peep this too, Smitty. You notice how I spent the whole first part of the show of me being on here. I ain't mentioned my child support at all. I just now started talking about it. Why? Because I don't want people to think that my beliefs about child support is based on my experience with it. Because I knew plenty of people who went through child support before I did. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's not. I'm logical about it. To me, at the end of the day, this is what I can say. And I'm not speaking for, I would say I'm speaking for the majority of men, whatever that is, 51% or better. If they got money, they doing stuff for their kids. They looking out for their kids, especially For some men, if they got, I know it's a lot of what they call them, daughter dads or dad daughters. It's a lot of men out here that just go bananas over their daughters. But sons, man, every dude I know that got a son, except for one, man, was crazy about his sons. Would do anything he could really for his sons outside of working a job, making $8.25 an hour. Niggas rather just go to the streets. You know what I'm saying? Because your time, you realize how valuable it was. What I was saying earlier about me just losing my best friend. He was 42 years old, bro. He was a 6-figure guy working for the railroad at 42 years old. His daughter just went to college. He was always in her life, always took care of her, all of that, right? He called me one day and was like, man, Beans, I just left the hospital, man. I thought I was dying. This was like 3 weeks ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
A week later, he was gone. Because they told him they just thought it was acid reflux, bro. A week later, 2 a.m, our other homie calling me, screaming into the phone. He gone at 42. But that's what I'm saying. Your time for us, we know it's worth something, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's why you see a lot of men that are homeless, bro, because they not gonna go work this stupid ass job that ain't gonna pay them enough money to do what they got to do anyway.
So they gonna be homeless,
bro. Yes. For some people, yes, bro. For some people, yes, bro. One more time. For some people, yes, bro.
So I pulled up another statistic. It says 70%, 76% of fathers with at least one child under 19 contribute child support for their children. 9% of fathers contribute once in a while, and 15% do not contribute at all. And the fathers were asked to provide the amount of child support they had been paying in the last 12 months.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
Yeah, because that's what I'm telling you. Most dads, bro, look,
that statistic though was including the dads on child support.
True, probably, yeah. Which is not even that many as people think it is, right?
How many is it roughly?
I can't speak for everybody else,
okay.
So I'm not gonna try to.
Okay, I thought you might.
I don't even think it's a million when it comes to black men. I'm not sure. So I could be wrong. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I could be wrong because a lot of this stuff.
When it comes down to fatherless homes, if we're talking about fatherless homes, there's 18.5 million. That's roughly around.
That's for all races, then. That's
right. That's all races, of course.
Yeah, that's roughly about like 19%, like 20% of, because our population is 330 million, right?
So 19% of men are paying child support, you're saying?
19% of fathers.
No, you saying the whole population. That ain't even just men, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no. Well, this says fathers. This says fathers.
Yeah, he said. I was about to say he read dads.
Yeah, it says fathers. 76% of fathers with a child, one under at least 19, contribute child support for their children. 9% of fathers contribute once in a while, and 15% do not contribute at all.
So 76% of men or fathers who don't live in their home pay child support.
It doesn't say. It just says 76% of fathers with at least one child under 19 contribute child support for the children.
That's I think they just mean that they are financially
rather it's through the system or not.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, rather it's through the system.
Well, it says contribute child support, so I don't know if it's state mandated child support or I don't know if taking care of your kids is considered child support.
That can't be. That can't be. Well,
I think it probably is in that. In
wait,
the case
once again, did it distinguish married from single?
It did. It didn't.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like, because the percentage of white men that are married, I think it's like 53. Mexicans is in the 60s. Asians in the 70s. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's most of these dads out here is married, man. Like that's what I'm saying. It can't be child support. But when it comes to black, I don't think. Again, we only talking about 5 million dads. I don't even think it's a million of them. It could be, but I don't even think it is. I don't think it's a million black men that's on child support. But that's at the same time, that's part of the reason why
we're literally discussing a small issue at that point.
Say that one more time, Drizzy.
If that's the case, we're discussing a smaller issue than I realized.
No, that doesn't make it small. I mean, we talked about the police killing black people, and that was 500 people a year. So
yeah,
we're
I
talking
think
about
that was
something
dumb.
affecting hundreds of thousands of men, and still that's not a small issue. It's still big, right? What Martin Luther King say, injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. If it's affecting one person, I mean, because it matters when it affects you, right? That's how it is. I got friends who never posted anything about, gun violence on their timelines, but then when they lost a kid, whole timeline became stop the violence. You know what I'm saying? It matters to people when it affects them, and I think that's part of the problem. We need to be able to understand. We need to be able to have a level of understanding and empathy to people in their situations, regardless to whether or not we going through them or fully understand.
Do you think that regardless of what you're going through, it should be a universal expectation to take care of your kids, though?
Yeah.
Not financially. No, I don't.
Wow.
Because if you don't have it, you don't have it. There were certain things that there's a certain level of expectation that we have from mothers. And you know what? Not all mothers can do it. Did y'all know that not all mothers are nurturing?
Absolutely.
Right. So should we punish or force them to somehow muster up this nurture that they don't have? As a child, I would say yes, but as an adult who understands when you lack something or you just don't have it, whether it's mental, emotional, psychological, spiritual, if you just don't have it in you, you don't have it in you. And so that's why I'm saying, yes, you do have a responsibility and there is a level of accountability. Mm-hmm. And I will say, even for me, myself, like I said, when I didn't have absolutely nothing, right? When my baby mama, my phone rang and it was my son or one of my baby mothers saying, I went and got. I ain't care who I had to beg. I ain't care who I had to borrow. If I had to go do a little goofy little job or a goofy little day labor to go make 50, 60 bucks real quick, whatever I had to do, if I had to go grab some work from one of the homies and hustle for a day on the block, whatever I had to do, I went and did that to make sure I could give that. But it just wasn't the consistent 3, 4, 5, 900,000, 1,500, $30,000 a month. It wasn't that. But when they asked, and my mindset was always this, because if you look at the statistics of fathers who are single fathers and the moms ain't there, the majority of them don't even get child support. And if you look at, I wish I knew exactly.
But I think that's because they don't file for it either, because men just think about it differently.
Exactly. Right. Mm-hmm. The thought isn't, but I had a guy that was on my show one time talking about it. He's like, the thought isn't necessarily about me being a man. The thought is I have possession of the kids. So they live with
the way a man sees life, though. That is being a man. Women don't see life like that. Women inherently see life in a sense that men should provide for their kids financially. Men necessarily, we like, I got them. That's because we're the providers mentally.
But what I'm saying is this. It's my roof. I'm going to pay the rent. They live with me. I'm going to put the food in here, right? If as the mother, if you want to send some money to put some money in their pocket, if you want to send some money to contribute, that's all good, right? The real thing I want from you is just to spend time with them and give them the nurturing, loving, caring, kindness, and all of that, the uplifting to their spirit and
women. That's what we seek in the woman we mate with, though.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. 100%.
I want to point. You said your mom did everything. She made sure you guys didn't want for anything. But do you think that has an impact on the way that you view things and how women should just do it all, or not even necessarily do it all, but do it without expecting or the expectation of any assistance because you've seen your mom do that?
No, I think it's not about assistance. Like, we can't.
I'm talking about from what you were saying. If the dads don't have it,
right? I'm not trying to be rude, right?
Okay.
We cannot make what somebody say where we want it to be. We have to be. I'm a very literal person, right? Mm-hmm. What I am literally saying is this: if a man, my mom didn't put my dad on child support. You know why? He didn't fucking have it. So it didn't make sense to put him on child support. He don't got it. I'm not gonna get nothing. It makes no sense, right? She didn't put my little brother's dad on child support. You know why? He had it. He came around. He got my little brother and my other younger little brother and took him with him on summers and all this and that. He did stuff, right? She just used the logic. Plus, she did
you okay
have
with child support
myself thing, right?
Somebody has it.
But to answer to answer her question directly, no, it doesn't. What I'm saying is this: I don't believe in general, which I have stated, that men don't want to provide for their kids. But you cannot give what you don't have. We can make all the whole, well, you should go wash toilets for $4 an hour, and you should go sell your ass on the street if you need. Like, we could say all what they need to do, but at the end of the day, if they don't have it, they don't have it. I'm saying every man I know that had, except for one, and I'm mentioning that one because I care about my integrity. Every other man I know, except for that one who had it, he wanted to do for his kids.
So would you agree that one needs to be on child support?
I hate that you asked me that question. I hate that you asked me that question because I care about my integrity, and my integrity is forcing me to say yes.
Okay.
Right?
I'll take that. We can find some common ground then on most of the arguments that were made tonight from everybody. Then
that nigga cheap for real though. Like, like, bro, this man, and I know he ain't gonna never watch. If you do, bro, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to eviscerate you, but he literally just got his driver's license, and he's 4 years older than me for the first time ever.
That puts him at 49.
Exactly.
Gosh almighty.
So that's what I'm saying, bro. He have, because he just cheap, bro. He don't be want to spend money. Now, to his credit, he always got money though. You know what I'm saying? He always got thousands of dollars saved up, whether it's in the bank or in the house in the gym shoe box. He always got some money. But at the same time, he wasn't in no hurry to run out and just do anything for his kids. You know what I'm saying? When they asked, he would, but then he'll stall on that. You know what I'm saying? And make them wait. You know what I'm saying? And it usually wasn't nothing but shoes and clothes anyway. You know what I'm saying? But he was just, for whatever reason, he was just like that with money, man. It still is like that with money. You know what I'm saying? Just like, nigga, he just want to hold on to it. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to give nothing up. But other than that, like I say, every other guy I know, bro, I know guys that got 5, 6, 7 kids, bro. And I'm talking about and when they didn't have it financially, they were still there. They were still going to get their kids. You know what I'm saying? I know I was a stay-at-home dad for 5 years.
How did they feed their kids?
Bro, mothers work. That's what I'm saying. Like, we live in a society where we keep saying that women need to be treated equally.
I'm saying when they got them for the weekend, how did they feed them during the weekend? If they don't got
it wasn't necessarily for the weekend, but at the same time, I could tell you from my own experience, bro. I had a woman. Any woman I dealt with that wasn't willing to help me with my kids, I would look at them the same way a woman would look at a man that wasn't willing to help her with her kids. I felt the same way because I'm not asking you all the time. We're talking about once or maybe twice a year. You know what I'm saying? So, because like I said, it wasn't like I wouldn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you how many times I went and just grabbed the pack. Hey, man, I just need to hit the block. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make a good $75 real quick so I can get this shit to my baby mama, get off my back. You know what I'm saying? My son needs this. My son need that, And then I would go and buy my daughter stuff. Or like my mom, I would call my mom, man, look, my baby mama just called me. My daughter need clothes. Well, my mom is a store. I don't know if y'all know about it. Store used to be called Carson Perry Scott, right? My mom had a charge card with Carson Perry Scott. So we go to Carson Perry Scott. We just swiping up, 6, 7, 8, 9 outfits, 2, 3 pairs of shoes. Take it to my baby mama. What is this? This ain't Fat Farm. This ain't Gucci. This ain't. I'm like, what we bought girl clothes. We ain't out trying to, buy all these name brands and all that. I go buy my daughter some shoes, might buy some little Nikes, might buy some little. I remember I bought her some Creative Rex. Everybody was wearing the Rex. What is this? I'm saying, why you ain't just get some mics? Because the mics is $200 and the Rex was $65. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then that will deter you from wanting to do stuff when people treat you like your efforts ain't good enough.
I can feel that.
Nope. Black man, just take it. It don't matter what they do to you. It don't matter how they make you feel. Just take it on the chin, take it in the face, and just keep on moving. Don't worry about your mental health. Don't worry about your emotions. None of that don't matter.
No, I feel you on that. I'm gonna put the Payless shoes on them, and then I'm gonna take them off when I drop them back off. And we're gonna keep them in the car for next time.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. Man, I used to buy my daughter stuff, bro. I swear to God, my baby mama would purposely, I didn't think she was doing this on purpose at first. It took other women to point this out to me. First my mama, then my baby mama, and then my girlfriend. It was like, you do know she's sending her over here looking bogus like this, right? To get you to go buy stuff.
Real rap, that's the trick.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, I ain't even peeping this. I'm like, my mama, you just hating because you don't like her, right? My other baby mama like, no, she ain't doing that. But when my girlfriend said it, because my girlfriend always supported my baby mama, right? She was like, yeah, she doing this on purpose. There's no way. Like, where's the stuff at that you just bought her a couple of months ago?
Exactly. I would keep everything I buy at our house, and she gonna get it on the weekend.
See, I ain't gonna lie, I just didn't feel that way. I'm like, bro, look, take it with you, right? Whatever it is, because I want you to be able to enjoy it every day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you don't live with
real.
me.
That's real.
You know what I'm saying? You don't live with me. It is what it is. Like I never wanted to be one of those guys who had a dysfunctional relationship with his baby mama. Our situation didn't work out. Guess what? At the end of the day, you gave me this child. I don't think I can properly love this child if I hate you. And when that child support kicked in, I'm sorry, what you say, sis?
I said amen.
Yeah, I mean, so when the child support kicked, like, bro, my child support for my daughter was $80. $80 a month, right? So when they first sent me the letter about the child support, this was in Iowa. I said, listen, I want to come to court so we could, because I don't want her in there telling y'all that I ain't been in my daughter life. I was in there. They was like, sir, you don't have to come to court. We know the job you work at. We know how much you make. It is what it is. But it's like, if you want to come to court, we're going to have a hearing on it this day, whatever. Boom. So I'm like, yeah, I want to come to court. So I drove. She was like, it was like 3 hours away in Iowa from where I was at. She just so happened to be living in Iowa too. When I got to court and the dude was like, yeah, so based on your income, it's going to be $80 a month. Your back child support is like a few $100. So we're going to add, no, it was $70 a month. Your back child support is like $280 something. So we're going to make $10 payments on that every month. My baby mama hit the roof. What? All I get is $80? He lying. He make $19.95 an hour. He lying about where he work at. They like, ma'am, we have his check stubs. We have the job. We have notified them. They have begun the payment process already. We know exactly where he work and what he make. So she going all off. The judge like, man, get this case out of my room, right?
So did she genuinely think you made more?
No, she knew I didn't. She knew, bro, I had just went all those years without even having any employment. So like I said, when I left Illinois and went to Iowa and I got that first job, and it was so crazy how it happened because I was in the store and it was something was missing or something. And the lady was like, yeah, we don't need a lot of help. We need a lot of help around here. People don't typically want to work in a grocery store. I was like, shoot, I'll work. She was like, okay, why don't you come in Monday and then fill out an application? We'll do an interview. So me and my lady just kept walking around the store. She walked right back up to me. She gave me the little shirt. She was like, look, we ain't even got to worry about the interview. Just come in Monday. You start Monday. Right? That's how easy it was for me to get a job as soon as I left Illinois. Well, all this other time, I'm filling out apps, all this other stuff. I ain't even getting interviews, right? So soon as the lady told me I got a job, bro, I went right to the crib, called my baby mama. I'm crying. Like, you ain't gonna believe this, bro. After all these years, I got a freaking job, bro. Like, I could start like earning my paycheck and get my paycheck and sending you money for my daughter, this and that. I'm excited, bro. I didn't get a paycheck before I got that letter in the mail from Iowa, like, you're going to be on child support. So like I said, when we went to the courtroom, I just wanted to make sure she wasn't in that line trying to make it seem like I wasn't taking care of my kid to get no extra money. But what happened was, because she was getting her assistance from Iowa, right? She had only been there for a limited amount of time, a few months. So she thought, your daughter is 10, 11 years old. They finna go back 10, 11 years. No, they only gonna go back for the amount of time that you've been getting assistance in this state. Now, if she would have been in Illinois, they would have went all the way back to her birth and tried to say our old child support from that point. So it was a blessing in disguise that she went through Iowa to get the child support, because they only went back for the few months.
Smitty, I ain't heard from you in a minute. So based on now that we got all the details with his situation, you feel like they did him wrong?
Shit, not Iowa.
No, I mean, like he admittedly said that he didn't feel like he was dead wrong. I mean, the only thing that sounded like injustice to me, and it was when the mother agreed that she wanted the payments lowered, and the judge was like, nah, even though the mother agreed to it.
Lakia, what's your thoughts on Iowa deciding $80 a month is what it is?
So I'm not against it. I just feel like that's not sustainable for a child that you have to care for every day.
So do you think they should make him,
but
should they charge him more?
Well, but the thing is that's conflicting is he said that no matter what, when they called him, and he basically made it like, I'm still taking care of my kid. I'm still playing my part regardless of what the court is saying. So it wasn't like, at first in the beginning, I got the impression that it's like, I don't have it. Oh, well, this is what it is.
Right. That's true.
But once he said, like, I'm doing whatever I got to do and my kid not going without. So I really don't think that should be a factor. Then if the mom know, like, you can count on me and every time you call me, I'm going to show up, then I don't think it should be a factor.
I just wanted it to be understood that it wasn't consistent, though. It was very inconsistent. There were a lot of times when I didn't have it. It was times when I couldn't go to the block. I'm not trying to lie. That's my whole thing. My integrity means a lot to me. It was times when I didn't have it, right? But those times
were there times where they called and needed something and you had to say no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But that wasn't, we starving. We ain't got no food. The light's about to get cut. We evicted from the crib, because at that point my daughter could just come with me wherever I'm at, which was offered multiple times when she would call complaining and crying, right? And here's the thing about it. One thing I will say for sure, and I believe this without a shadow of a doubt, I would have been more willing to deal with things if I would have had custody of my kids. Because what I see a lot from women, there's a lot of women that work jobs that they would not work if they didn't have kids.
So true.
You know what I'm saying? So if I
had
had
for men though, bro, men who got their kids in the house, like you said, you're right.
Yeah. It's you would be more willing because you looking at them every day. When I'm knowing my kids is straight, whether it's my son, mama, who worked for Bank of America, doing good, you know what I'm saying? And then she ended up with a boyfriend who had a job that was doing good. I know he's straight. My daughter, mama, she get all the public assistance you can possibly get, and she do hair. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she got a townhouse right now better than most people I know that work every day. You know what I'm saying? Even though she works now.
Can I ask a question about what you just said?
Yeah.
So does that impact your judgment on them and their needs, so to speak, because you feel like they're doing good, like that should lessen your involvement, or you shouldn't be as concerned?
It's not about whether or not it should lessen my involvement or be as concerned. It's about the fact that they don't need it. They're eating, they're clothed, and they're sheltered. Right.
So it just that in general is fine. It's not coming from you. It doesn't make a difference.
No, because the same would be true if it was in the reverse.
Okay.
It would be true if it was in the reverse. What as a parent yourself, you want to do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is. You want to do what you want to do. If you can't do that, that's bothersome. It is. It's bothersome. Right?
I feel you on that, but I do think to a degree, as long as what you want to do is something.
Hell yeah, who don't? That's what I'm saying. I don't know the guys that don't. Now, there may be some guys, I will say this. There may be some guys, I don't know them personally, but I'm pretty sure I know for a fact that this exists. There are some guys that have kids by women that they regret and they don't want to be involved. Even to that extent, I'm not saying I believe they should be forced to child support because we're not forcing women. And as long as we're not forcing women, I don't think we should force men.
I don't stand behind not taking care of children that you created. But I think that's a shared issue between men and women. Women should pick better mates for sure, and men should pick better mates for sure. So that way, lasting relationships can be created, and it's not that big of an issue.
Yeah. At the same time, dude, I would now the one thing I would want to enforce, which is impossible to enforce, Smitty, I would want to enforce that people love the people that they have kids with, bro.
I'm sure that's good thinking.
The dynamic,
that's advocating for abortion.
Nah, listen, Driscoll, I'm gonna tell you something. Now, this I'm going to be honest because, like I said, my integrity matters. This may be anecdotal, but my son, I was in my son's life for the first 6 years. Like we lived together, me, him, and his mom for the first 6 years, right? Bruh, for years after I was gone. And this was one of the things that used to bother his mom's boyfriend. My son took the last family picture that we ever took together. He had his nightlight, right? And he used to sit the picture on top of the nightlight. Like, for the children, see, we want to make it about the money. But at the end of the day, it ain't. That's what that's a woman's mindset. At the end of the day, for the children, it's about their parents being there.
I agree with you there.
It's about them having both of their parents. I've argued this with my baby mama. My son has not done nothing to not be able to have his mom and dad in the same room at the same time. And my whole life, I'm 45, bro. I've never had my mom and dad in the same room at the same time. And like both of them wrap their arms around me and give me a hug and tell me they love me. Like, do you know what that would do to me now at 45? So you talking about kids? Oh man, it's something about kids seeing a mom and dad get along that's way more valuable than
I can relate to what
you're
saying. And I will say this is accurate because I talk all the time about living a minimalistic lifestyle because of the size of family we have. It'll take a lot of income for me to not be considered poor with the size of our family. So I get what you're saying. And I definitely can acknowledge that my kids are so happy because of the wholesomeness of the unit. Right. They don't even recognize that we don't have a lot.
Right.
They have no idea that we don't live the life.
That's a fact. Yeah. And you hear that a lot though. When you talk to people who grew up like that, like how you and FV are raising your family together, you hear that a lot from people. They were like, man, we didn't even know we was poor.
Exactly.
Because it was so much love. You know what I'm saying? Mom and dad got along. Mom went in there verbally abusive to dad. Dad went in there physically abusive to mom. You know what I'm saying? Even if they had disputes, they did it in a very respectable, healthy way. And they would probably do it outside of view of the children in the room with the door closed, not over the children walking around just bashing each other. You know what I'm saying? That is way more important than any amount of money, bro. Recently, go ahead, sis. I see you.
No, I was going to just say that I agree with that. That's more important. Even now, like a lot of me and my visions changed since having kids, marriage, all of that type of stuff, because I grew up in such a harsh environment and then went to the military where I should have never been. And, you know, it just shaped me differently. And the things now and marriage and stuff that we want for our kids comes based on our upbringing, how it was broken, the toxicity and everything else. So I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and this is why I love doing these shows. I came in on 10 And now look at us. Look at us now. Green.
You came in trying to prove points.
There's always common ground if we're being honest about it.
Huh?
No, yeah, that's true.
If we're all being honest, there's usually always common ground to find.
Adding to what y'all said, but this is a little bit more negative. Like 50% of marriages are ended because of financial reasons. So
I can understand and relate to the stress it brings into marriage. I can.
The thing every about marriage it is, like I said earlier, though, right? Back in the day, you listen to these stories, you know what you hear all the time is that, yo, when I was growing up, yeah, mom and dad was together, right? But guess what? It was 6 of us in a 2-bedroom house, right? You had one kid to the head, 2 feet to the headboard, 2 feet to the footboard, all that type of stuff, right? Pallets on the floor, right? Bro, women ain't accepting that no more.
No, hold on. We got to be clear, though. In none of those stories was the dad not doing an adequate or usually the majority of the part, though.
Okay, but Driscoll, what I'm saying is they not accepting that anymore. That's the whole point.
To an extent. That's
to you to the woman now. If we gotta sleep 2 kids in the bed, 2 to the foot, 2 to the headboard, pallets on the floor,
that struggle love.
Stuff, they ain't accepting that.
Yeah, that's struggle love. That's what they call it.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. The level of compromise, the level of cooperation, right? And the level of struggle that women are willing to accept is not the same. That's why they're telling you a man making $45,000 a year that he's broke, he's a bum, he ain't no real man, he ain't making no real money. It's like, yeah, if I ain't got you as a ball and chain on my leg, I'm straight with my 45.
No, you touching on something though that's real right now that me and Jasmine said we gotta actually attack more, because you'll get those people that'll look at our marriage and our situation and try to model after us, like, you know, we just so lucky to have each other. And I'm like, but y'all aren't willing to make this level of sacrifice we make for this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like you said, like our kids ain't had their own room in like you don't have 8 kids with their own bedroom, my nigga.
Right.
That's not even an option to discuss anymore at this point.
Exactly.
You're gonna be close as hell, though. They're gonna be close as hell.
But watch this. But Driscoll,
that's the beauty in it.
But Driscoll, I will be willing to bet you, right? I will be willing to bet you that most people who know about you and FV think that's what it is. Because they look at you and then they look at her for show, and then they look at 8 kids and they think, yep, that nigga just bought he bought it in the Holyfield old house.
Yeah, you might be right about. I don't want to believe most people believe that, but you might be right that is a common misconception, because
I guarantee it.
Most YouTubers present life in that way.
Well, they probably do it like this. Then they probably do it, if they even think about it, right? They probably do it like it's 2 kids to a bedroom. So if you got 8 and they mind you got a 5-bedroom house, right? So you got 4 kids, you got 2 kids in each room, and then y'all got the master bedroom. They got a jacuzzi tub in it,
right?
And you know what I'm saying? Wall-to-wall closet.
Yeah, it's all. I feel like a lot of people feel that way about. I'm gonna say about people that are married in general, because it's not the norm in a lot of groups or a lot of circles, and they automatically look at you like, huh, you have help, you have a 2
incomes,
right? Or you have a 2-parent household, whereas that's a privilege, because nobody has that anymore, and you get that negativity anyway, and you hear all the things that are associated with it, like, oh, well, you can't relate. You don't know what I'm going through. They not knowing that it could be hell in that house, but the dedication or the sacrifices and everything else that's going on behind closed doors, just because it's not advertised, is going on to keep that family together and make it work. Like, so that's not even acknowledged anymore.
The
it's
dedication
just like,
and the sacrifice is the biggest thing I took out of what you just said, because even to the point you made, Beans, our kids have seen us get into it. And they'd had their moments, I'm sure, that was uncomfortable. It made them wonder if mom and dad going to even be together anymore.
Right.
And so even with those situations, they're still happy.
Right.
Like kids are just like, I'm just glad that like and what really blows me and warms my heart is when they ask me questions like, how does so-and-so have a baby when they not married?
Right, because their standard is different.
They have no idea that that's a possibility.
Right.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta for kids, bro, mom and dad being together. My stepdad was the one who I saw as my dad for the first 11 years of my life, right? And I saw my mom stab him in the back, bro. He ended up on drugs, and he came and he was trying to steal the family car. And my mom was, she stabbed him and everything, bro, trying to stop him from taking the car. And he still ended up getting it. But that traumatized me, right? And even after that, I just had this high hope, right? Mom and dad, they'd get back together. So when my mom met my youngest brother, that's when I started raising hell, right? Because I'm like, nah, if he here, Pops ain't gonna be able to come back.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? My mom, she ain't really understand. She just like, this nigga just acting bad, right? And her mind, oh, you just acting like your daddy. It's like, no, it's you already not, this nurturing type mom. But then the one thing that we had going for ourselves is that we had a family unit. I had a mom and a dad. You know what I'm saying? Now he gone. It's like I'm lost. I know he ain't my real dad, but now that he gone, I'm super duper lost.
What age was that when your dad left?
So that was 88. So I was 11.
Yeah, that's a crucial time.
Yeah, I was 11.
Yeah, I'm acting out too.
Straight up. Like, bro, I gave and I always say this though. My youngest brother, dad, his name is CJ. I always say this, bro. I've been asking my little brother to get me in contact with him so that I can apologize to him for my behavior. Although I understand where it was coming from. The dude was a good dude. He wasn't no super dad. He didn't throw the football around with me or none of that. But he came into the situation. He wasn't no bad dude. He wasn't no pedophile. He wasn't none of that. He worked. He brought money into the crib. He fed us. He took care of us to that extent. And I was raising hell. I gave that man the business in that. You know what I'm saying?
You're a perfect example, though, of why the manosphere say don't do the single mom thing. And it's funny you saying that because my other boy, P-Sack Rocky, me and Smitty had him on one time. He said the same thing. Like, he looks back now and he like, yo, my stepdad was a real nigga and I gave that nigga hell.
Yeah.
I just want trying to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I got a question for you, Jusco. I got a question.
Yep.
So when it comes down to child support and family court combined or whatever, right? Say the mother makes $75,000 to $80,000 and the man makes median like $45,000 to $55,000, and the woman makes more and she's able to get a better apartment and things of that nature, and they evaluate all of those things in order for her to get child support. Do you think that most of that money should just go to the child, or do you think that it should go towards the bills and things of the nature in that house, especially if you have custody as well? Should you be paying bills at her house?
I think she should get a percentage of what you make. That's the simple answer I have. I don't think we should dictate where the money's going. Because if she's paying the rent and all of the finances that goes into taking care of that child, that's just a reimbursement in a sense to give her a little bit of freedom from that.
Okay, Driscoll, great answer, right? I disagree to a certain degree, but great answer, because it leads me to ask you this. At the end of the year, who should file child support on the kid? Who should file income tax on the child?
I think lawfully is the person who spends the most time with the child living in their house.
And that's exactly why to me, that's terrible. That's what I'm saying. You have an apartment. You're an adult. Your rent is your rent. Light bill, gas bill, all that stuff. That's a part of being an adult, so they say, right? So just because the child is under the roof that you're providing,
for yourself does not mean that you should get some sort of special privilege. If I'm paying child support, right? Now, me personally, not me, because my child support I don't think is enough for that. But somebody that's paying regular child support, like I know my uncle was on child support. His child support was $900 a month for one kid. That's insane. To the point where he had to go get a second job to make things make sense. Right?
I don't know what your uncle made, but I don't see where 900 a month is insane, unless he just made 2,000 a month.
Bruh, hold on. Do you know how much the child tax credit is?
Not exactly.
So, to my knowledge, it's $3,000.
Okay.
Right?
It varies from state to state, don't it? No, it's federal. It's federal, so it's the same.
If you file a child on your taxes, pretty much you get $3,000 for that. Do you know why that is? Because on average, that's how much people will spend on a kid per month, bro. Look at it this way: 900 a month, right? 10 months, that's 9,000, right? So add another 1,800, so you're talking about 10,800, right? $10,800. You're not getting that back in taxes because nobody spends that much money on a kid per year. Nobody is doing that. Not no working class person getting up, going to work every day.
I don't agree with that. Money. The only reason I don't agree with that is because you're not factoring in the living situation. That automatically adds a bedroom that you got to have. That automatically adds a higher light bill.
How much is the extra bedroom? No, Driscoll, stop. A kid does not affect your light bill that much, bro. It's a $15 increase.
Maybe one kid. You're right. I can't think in that manner because I ain't had one kid.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. It was $900 for one kid, bro.
I mean, but that can go to medical care, daycare if mama got to work. It's all kind of ways.
Medical stuff that you don't even use. That's what I'm saying. It's too much, bro. That's what I mean. This whole, all we going to do a percentage off of what you make? No, bro. What's the tax child credit per year? That's how much child support should be. Because at the end of the day, that's how much you're going to give me back for taking care of my kid. That's my opinion on it. And I don't even believe that should be the case.
That's a fair opinion. I think what's being discredited in that opinion, though, is the fact that the intent of child support is for your child to be able to live a similar lifestyle as the parent. So if you are making a certain amount, if you are Future's son, Future shouldn't get away with paying $200 a month while he gets to live extravagant and his kids over here barely making it.
Okay, right. But this is what I'm saying, though. If you're talking about a kid, right? I don't care how much the father is making. What is it that you want? So because you're the child of Future, you should have a maid and a nanny. The mama shouldn't be responsible for you at all, right? You should have a maid and a nanny and a chef and all this other stuff because that's what Future has. You should have that as a child.
That's what their lifestyle was when he was in the household.
Exactly.
But he wasn't never in the household.
But yes, it's meant to replicate the fact that the nuclear family unit is broken. I ain't saying that I agree with it all. I'm just speaking for.
I honestly don't know how
because he ain't in my house, right? He's in her house. It would be different if he was in my house. Then yeah, he gets all of the stuff that I put in my house.
Right. But now that he's in her house, unfortunately, that's the reality is that they're going to make up for that slack that's not there now. And she, as a result, is going to have a bigger house now for having Future kid. I ain't saying it's right.
Right.
That's the perspective.
But Driscoll, what I'm saying is that you're saying that's why they doing it. And that's the thing that's bothering me with you saying that, because it's not why they doing it. They doing it because they get to tax it and take more money.
That's true too.
That's all that's about.
I can honestly say that if I am a multi-millionaire, I would want my baby mama to have a nice house if my kids are gonna be there. I don't want her living in the hood with my kids. No doubt. Yeah.
Right. But this is what you said though, because you said they should take a percentage of the money and it shouldn't matter where it go. Yeah, it should. That's exactly why one of those East Coast states is coming out with a card. They saying we're going to issue the child support payment on these cards because you don't get to use this to buy weave with it. And you don't get to use this to buy drinks at the club. This is supposed to be for food and clothing
and maybe some bills.
I think that's messed up personally.
Nah, because it's supposed to be child support, not support the mama. That's the whole point. Now,
the child is under the roof that has all the utilities and everything else. So it shouldn't be used for a mortgage or anything else like that. Like, it's still supporting the kid.
Man, we had common ground. We had common ground. Smitty derailed us and left.
I'm still in here, bro.
What I'm saying is, again, you said child support. Mama wearing yaki is not supportive to the child. Mama drinking at the club is not supportive to the child. You know, mama taking trips is not supportive to the child. It's just not. Right? Now, if she take that money and she use that money, and I don't think it should, to me personally, I don't think it should be able to be used on bills.
What if daddy in the club and taking trips though?
With his own money?
Right, while mama is struggling because she ain't getting no help.
No, that's not what we're doing, Driscoll. That was so disingenuous.
You said with his own money. It's her own money.
Help. That's the whole point, is that she's.
I'm saying if she's not getting the help because he's not paying enough.
Oh, that's not what we're talking about. Don't stop doing. We literally talking about the man giving the money. That's what we're talking about right now.
How's that not what
giving the money?
About?
We just saying that whether or not she should be able to use it on other things. And so what I'm saying is this: I don't believe that it should be able to go towards bills like rent, like gas, none of that. I don't believe that. However, if it does, and you say, okay, the man, let's say he's giving, $500 a month, and she used that money, swipe it to pay the rent this month for $500 of the rent. Now she gets to take I know this is going to sound like frivolous, but she can take the $500 out of her own money that she was going to spend on the rent and do whatever she wants to with it. Fine. But the fact that it wasn't the money that was supposed to be intended for the child, that matters. You can't call it child support, but then say, yeah, I can spend it on whatever I want to.
If it's just about principle, this ain't big enough to me. If it's just about principle, I'll fold on this issue.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
I was going to say, I feel like if that's the case and they came out with, the specifics of, I wouldn't think, in my opinion, it would matter because, okay, then that'll just be what I use for their clothes or whatever. And then I'm going to be paying the utilities and everything out of my money anyway. Like, to me, it's all in the household that's taking care of the child. So it wouldn't matter.
I agree with that too. I agree with that, sis. But my problem is that at the end of the day, you're going to have some people. You got to think about the ones that's going to be able to abuse things, right?
Right.
So because of that, that's why I'm saying I agree with them putting out this card. I think that was a very prudent idea.
Then you gotta, your whole argument is that you gotta be accountable on both ends. There's also the men that's gonna abuse the system and not get a job just to skate child support. So then those niggas need to go to jail.
No, they don't. Because the point ain't about them skating. You're saying they can skip past child support.
What is the man going to jail
that for? Don't mean they ain't doing nothing for their kids. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I can't quantify. And I'm gonna be honest, Driscoll.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I can't quantify this. I can't put a number on it. But I promise you, bro, I would bet at least 51% of men, bro, that try to get out of child support, it ain't about the damn money. Bro, it's just about the fact that you don't want somebody taking something from you. You don't want somebody dictating. This is my kid. Nobody was in this room with us when we made this baby. I don't need nobody telling me what to do with my kid, taking my money and all this and that. No. And here's the thing. Sometimes you don't have it. We all know this. Mothers know this. This is why Black women in particular boil my blood on this child support issue, is because they know all of those times that they experienced when the kids wanted something and you couldn't give it to them this month. You just didn't have it. Something came up. I know my girl was just telling me a couple of months ago, bro, she ended up getting behind. Why? Because her son had a tooth issue going on that she had to pull $300 cash, right, out of bill money to pay for. And that's what I'm saying. In that moment now, you either don't have that $300 to take care of your kid's mouth, or you got to pull it out of the rent money. Now you're trying to figure out where you're going to get it from, this and that. And that's what I'm saying. Now, when you're doing this child support thing, you're not giving anybody any room to adjust. You saying you don't get to adjust to life. This month, we got you paying $500 a month. This month, it would benefit you if you only had to give up $3 because the woman ain't spending $5 on the kid. That's the whole point of why the money needs to be delegated specifically for the child, because you're not spending that much money on a kid. I don't care. I've been there. I've been a stay-at-home dad. I've been a dad. I've been a man that was in the crib bringing some money in. I've watched women raise kids all my life. You not spending that much money on the child. Nobody ain't doing that except for them goofy mamas that try to buy the Jordans or the Air Max every week when they come out. And that's foolishness. I'm saying in general, you're not spending $500 on a child every month. The most money you spend, birthdays, Christmas, back to school. Those the 3 times of a year that you go above and beyond a few $100s in a month on your kid.
I feel like that's only about things that are okay, back to school time or a birthday celebration, but you're not taking into account
everyday
the health insurance that comes out of your account every month.
I don't think the government takes that into account, like with the way that they punish you. Which
they definitely do. They definitely do because they consider daycare.
All right, so it's like this. Say you're not paying, or say you didn't have it using one of Bing's things. Say you generally didn't have it. Like, just say you've been paying it, you've been on time, but you missed a month. Now you got a warrant out for your arrest. Now your license is suspended. Now your license goes from being suspended. Now you done got pulled over with a suspended license. Now you got to go to jail, and you got to sit there for a little while because you didn't pay your child support. I think sometimes the punishments can be a tad bit harsh.
I can agree to that, but I didn't think it's one missed payment. I felt
you ain't going to jail for missing 1 month, bro.
Hold on.
I thought it was like people that were negligent consistently and like months and months or years behind that they go to that length of time of like warrants and all that other stuff. And then I also feel as though if you have that relationship with the mom, first of all, let me just be clear. I don't believe in child support. I'm not putting nobody on child support. If we don't work or whatever the case may be, divorce, whatever, I'm not doing that. But my whole, like, you will take care of your kids or you won't. They will grow up to know you for who you are. That's my belief. But my thing is, if you have that rapport, or if you have that relationship with your kid, with your spouse or ex-spouse or whatever the case may be, and they just don't have it, y'all should be able to communicate, and that should just be it, and work together. So honestly, that's how it should be. But I do understand there's toxic situations where people don't communicate well, or the courts are the only way. Then that's just going to suck all the time. Because yes, life does happen.
I want to say this really quickly, right? I was going to say something else, but I decided to respond to the negligent word, but I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's even necessary, because I understand exactly where you're coming from. But I do think it's something to be said for the fact that we just don't treat men. We treat men like they something other than human, right? Right now, with me having all of the handouts that I get from the government, I am actually more of a benefit to my kids than their mamas are. If they just decided they wanted to come live with me right now, right? Each one of them, that would increase my voucher. I would go to a 3-bedroom right now. So immediately they both had their own rooms, right? Mm-hmm. They not only that, if I just decided to start getting money outside of a regular job, right? Now all of my resources can go to whatever it is that they want from me, whereas they mama and them got to pay bills. You see what I'm saying? Like, I could literally benefit them a little bit more. Not to mention the fact that I also have a lot of what they call not nepotism, but when you know how they say sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know. I've met a lot of people on YouTube that I know could assist me in making sure my kids meet whatever, economical and professional desires and dreams that they have. So I can be more of an asset to them right now than their mothers can, with their mothers paying the bills. But when we don't look at it that way when it's a man. We only look at it that way when it's a mother. When it's a mother, she doing what she got to do. And that's why I was saying earlier that sometimes we got to really be considerate of this, man. Some parents They did go out here. They did make the baby. The baby is here. That don't mean they need to be parents. Straight up. And the same way that applies for women, I mean, for men, for women, they can give up. You can take the baby and just drop it off at a fire station. Wash your hands of it. I got a video that I'm about to react to where the woman says on there, I just don't understand how a man can make a baby and just not be involved in it and not care at all. Like she does not know that adoption exists. Like she just doesn't know that women all the time, they've literally created spaces, call them safe havens, where women get to come, drop off babies and say, I don't want to be responsible. And that's okay. Man, listen, money ain't easy. I get it. The kids need to be taken care of financially. No baby should be out here starving and all this other stuff, homeless, any of that. I get it. It's not. You look at the numbers, you don't see. There's a startling number of homeless babies. The shit don't happen, right? Okay. But I think this conversation was about child support, so that's why we're talking about it. But I think we really need to do more of these panels where we talk about the relationships between the mothers and the fathers. I just think that shit is way more important than money, because you can get past the money shit. You can even motivate a person. People that say they believe in God and believe in spirituality and all this and that, and then they still evil to each other. No faith. You know what I'm saying? That they don't believe in inciting or motivating, or the Bible talks about your woman being a muse, like to inspiration, your motivation and this and that, bro. Like that stuff drives you. When I got with my son's mom, she was light-skinned with long hair. To me, I won. I ain't need nothing else. You know what I'm saying? I got the light-skinned girl with long hair, and I got a son. I won in life, right? She didn't provide the motivation that I needed at that time to just desire to have more for myself. When I got with my girlfriend, who I'm with now, she had 2 kids of her own, even though I knew her before she had the kids. But when we got into a relationship, she had 2 kids and everything. But for whatever little reason, bro, she just motivated me to have a desire to have more for myself. And that's why I've been trying to do that. It's just I'm battling all these other demons. And so trying to do it the regular way, which is just get up and punch a 9 to 5 for 40 years, just haven't been working out in my benefit. Luckily, I've found some lanes where I could carve out some things for myself and be able to control streams of income. And I have a support system. I have a girlfriend. I have a mother. I have homies. I have, even just verbally, I have Driscoll, Family Values, Jill, Natasha, all these people that I've never even been in the same room with, that I have met on YouTube, that have been supporting me. Driscoll inviting me here is a form of support. I don't know if he knows that, but it is. Because guess what? I just spent 3 hours on here having an intellectual conversation and debate back and forth with 3 beautiful Black people, right? Versus sitting in a room going through depression, battling with anxiety, playing some event over and over and over in my mind that I don't get to change, feeling hurt about something, being triggered by something that I seen on TV. So I have a level of support that, believe it or not, a lot of people don't have. And I think if we can get these parents to be each other's support system to a certain degree, we'll start batting 1,000 as it comes to providing for these children.
Hey, man, I appreciate you coming through, bro. You said some really powerful things, gave us all a lot to think about. We family. You always welcome over here, and I'm always going to show support and love on your end. So, yeah, man, you want to let the people know where to find you?
Yeah, man, like I always tell everybody, man, you can find me on Cash App at $$ Emerge Network. All right, that's how you can find me. Okay, your boy is out here. I'm building. YouTube done demonetized me. They telling me I can't get it back, so it is what it is. But like I say, I got people, bro, that be Cash Apping and PayPaling me. Sometimes I don't even be doing shows.
You know why they demonetized you?
Yeah, because according to them, it was because they said I was reusing content without transforming it. Right.
Wow. Okay.
So, I thought I was doing the exact same thing that I see everybody else doing, which is pull up shorts and reels and stuff and play it and react to it. But
for whatever reason, they chose to hit me across the head. So I was talking to Angry Man. He said it's not nothing new. They hit Aaron Noah across the head too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's like you just got to really be careful with what you plan and what you're saying as well. I don't think that's the real reason why they demonetized me. I just don't think they like the fact of how I speak, and I think I started using the F word too much. But it's like when I say it, I'm not even talking about homosexual people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying it because I'm saying I think the person is less of a man, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, they said it was because of not transforming. So I would say, just if you're gonna play stuff, go to the lens that you see Angry Man do. When he play videos, he has a whole overlay over the videos with his what you call it, his logo over the space 3 or 4 or 5 times, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. The copyright is in the description and all of that different stuff. Fair use, like you just got to do everything you can, man, to make sure you're shielding yourself. And the best advice I would give is just don't get into it with people. Like you ain't getting into it with people. Nobody's reporting you. They're not even really looking. They was looking at my page because people started reporting me because I was getting into it with them guys. You know what I'm saying?
That's why it's so difficult to have conversations and bring up things and discuss and debate, because people take things really personally and can't just bounce ideas off each other and different opinions and stuff.
Yeah, that's why this was such a great show. And I appreciate you, Smitty. I appreciate you, Lakia. I really, 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 really appreciate your position, Sister Lakia. I'm doing a docuseries on Black women called I Seen Your Little Experience, which is the name of my channel, by the way, I Seen Your Little Podcast. I've already interviewed Driscoll's wife. There was an amazing interview. I got another interview I'm doing this Thursday, and then I'm wrapping up the volume 1. I'll have my 9 interviews done, and then I'm going to start volume 2. So I'm gonna drop my IG in the back chat. I mean, like I said, you can talk to Driscoll's wife about it. She'll tell you I'm doing this to highlight and show our women in a good light. It's not nothing bad. What I did for a while was I tried to get the women to understand that wherever you meet a man at in life, he wasn't born that way. There were experiences that got him to that point. But when I got to YouTube, I started noticing there was a lot of channels of men dealing with, the women and holding the women accountable that I didn't know existed. And then I seen it was a lot of vitriol behind these YouTube channels. Not that they aren't necessary, the channels themselves, but there's a lot of vitriol there. And I'm like, well, we're saying all this about the women, but we're not really taking time to understand why they got that way. So since I'm asking the men to understand, I'm asking the women to understand why the men are the way they are. Hey, fellas, we need to understand the women as well. And so I'm doing a docuseries as a married woman in the military with multiple children and all of that. Your whole story sounds amazing. And I would love to interview you for volume 2 of my series.
Absolutely.
I think when you drop in volume 1,
married woman.
Because when you drop in volume 1, because before I say, hey, yeah, everything.
Well, this is the thing about it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
We ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why, bro, is because I just don't want to just drop the videos. I really want it to be nice. I want it to be for real, bro. Like I ain't trying to just put something out here. And so I've been taking my time, not to mention a part of it is procrastination. I've really been taking my time trying to make sure I had all the interviews done. So I'm doing the last interview for volume 1 this Saturday. And so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down and I'm going to chop them up myself. And then I might have to hit you up and like, hey, I need if you have any pictures from these specific age groups. So that way, when that question is asked, hey, what was like for you when you were 5? And your wife is talking about when she was 5, we can put the picture up there when she was 5. You know what I'm saying? And then every day I'm also working on the music because I want to use my own music so that I don't have to pay for that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm making the beats and the stuff in the music that's going to get played in the background. I'm really trying to put together something for real. I'm not just trying to interview people and just put them up there. So that's the reason why you haven't seen it, is because I'm really trying to make
the sisters look as best as I possibly can and put together a piece of work that my mama and my kids and my family can be proud of, and that I can be proud of, and say, hey, this is an accomplishment that I actually made in life, because I haven't finished a lot of things in the course of my life. And so I really want to finish this and make it awesome. And then I'm about to start interviewing the men too. So you're going to get that inbox. Driscoll, I already tapped in with Trill from Crew Season. He agreed, and Logic also agreed. I can't wait to interview Logic because he's definitely a quote unquote modern man, and so we want to get to kind of understand how he got to that point. So yeah, that's the reason why is this the individual interviews will be dropped on the Patreon for the people who subscribe, but the docu-series itself, once it's put together, will be dropped for everybody to see. So yeah, Sister Lakia, if you would consider, I just put my IG in the back, so you could just hit me on there so that I could communicate with you. And then the very moment I start shooting for Volume 2, you'll definitely be the first person I call. I think I know you have to have an amazing story and how you got to this point. And I know I would, as well as the public, would be interested in hearing it. But shout out to you, shout out to Smitty, definitely shout out to my man Drizzy in the building. Y'all go ahead and support Drizzy's album, because if you don't, it ain't gonna sell no copies. All right.
You ain't right.
Hey, man, I appreciate you coming through, man, and sharing all of that and everything you're doing over there.
No doubt.
And we're gonna do this again for sure. So thanks again, and yeah, check that out in the back chat if you want to be a part of that, Lakia.
I did go ahead and follow you. It's been a great 4 hours, guys. I'm about to head out of here.
Well, hold on, we can get your final thoughts real quick. Okay. You can make it short if you want to. All right, brother, holla at you. All right, Lakia, you up?
Final thoughts on the topic.
Yeah, and let people know where to find you too if you want. Put your social out there, whatnot.
No, my stuff is private, but
on the conversation, whatever you want to say.
Okay. Well, always great topics, great discussions. I love how we get all different perspectives, and everybody gets very passionate. So that's always a plus. So thanks for having me. My Instagram is nurse_Robertson3, I think. I'm horrible.
Sounds about right.
YouTube under Keeping It Real with Lakia. I'm going to start posting more videos. I posted one today on Instagram, but I'm going to start posting more to my YouTube. So yeah, it was great. I will always love to talk on whatever topic. It's always a good time. So I appreciate it.
Word. All right. Well, we appreciate you. And of course, we'll have you up again. So enjoy the rest of your night.
Y'all too.
Bye. All right. Floor is yours, sir.
It was a good conversation. Enjoyed the panel. I just checked out the YouTube channel and realized my camera was messed up, like the whole video. I'm out here just letting people know to get married before you have babies. Make sure you love that person. Don't come a part of this fray of people who have to put people on child support. I know I came off insensitive in here, and I kind of don't care because I'm really passionate about the stance that I have. But I really appreciate you having me on, and this is just the beginning for me. So,
absolutely, and I'm gonna keep you around for my final thoughts. But yeah, man, no, it's always a pleasure, man. I appreciate you even wanting to have this conversation publicly. Hopefully people got some value out of it. We shared a lot of ideas, a lot of perspectives. For all of y'all who are here for the first time, make sure you hit that subscribe button and, stick around. Be on the lookout for the notifications because we're going to try to have more of these conversations more often. Also, as Beans put out there, I do make music, so please check that out. Like, share, and give me some feedback on what you do like or what you don't like, whatever it is. Also follow me on Instagram at Driscoll757. And we got all kind of clips on there as well. And then me and the wife together, we have a channel where we talk all things marriage and family called Family Values. And you can follow her on Instagram at Family Values TV as well and get those clips. So until next time, y'all already know what it is. It's your boy Driscoll at it again. Nothing but love. I hope y'all enjoyed the conversation. And let me know in the comments what you would like to see us discuss in the future. Over and out of here.
That took way longer.